puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm happy to be here with you. I'm your host, Michael Vass. This is Sunday, the 21st. It's currently 2:32. We're right on time. I appreciate and thank each and every one of you for joining us. We've got a very interesting show today. I know it's a couple of days, 3-4 days before Christmas. We've got most of the country is starting to wind down. Maybe most of the countries around the world, as everyone gets ready for the new year. They're going to take the holidays off, and we see things tend to get a little more quiet overall. But there are news issues that are very important that are affecting us. Down in Venezuela, in the Caribbean Sea, things that are happening in Africa. There's some activity in the Middle East, again, that is very important to the United States. There's a lot of people talking about wars that may be starting in 2026, even as we're trying to end wars that have been going on for years at this point. We also have things that are happening in the elections. I mean, the 2026 midterm elections, the governor races are already heating up. We've seen candidates come in and out of the race already. Declarations have already been made. It's already a very chaotic mess as we speak. And yet, there is a through line we can see. There is a path, and there are things that we can do. Just like on this channel, we're going to be working very much to help the homeless, families, veterans that are in need. We're not looking to rely on the government, because government is the reason we have these problems. Why there are so many homeless and so many families that are in need. Why there are so many veterans that are not getting the help that they earned through their sweat and blood. And we're going to try and do as much as we can to help. That's why, as you have seen and you see on the screen right now, we are trying to raise money for the Jericho Project, which will help. They currently help about 3,000 veterans, homeless, and families here in New York City, and they're looking to expand. We're trying to help them take care of those 3,000 and more. Why? Because I don't trust Zoran Mandami. Because I don't trust the government, especially the New York State government with Kathy Hochul. They have allowed these problems to continue. Zoran Mandami's answer, his government solves everything answer to homelessness, just a couple of weeks ago was, just let the homeless sleep in the parks. He said that on a day when it was 24 degrees with a 15-mile-an-hour wind and 4 inches of snow on the ground. And his answer to homelessness was, don't worry, let the homeless sleep in the parks, in the snow, in the wind chill of about 5 degrees or less. That's not an answer. And I can't rely on that socialist or any government to try and fix a problem that they don't care about. That's why I'm going to be giving to the Jericho Project in January 2026. I hope anything that you do will help us with that. Half the proceeds of every super chat, every Rumble rant, every Patreon, every PayPal donation, if you go to the Zazzle store and you buy a mug, a t-shirt, any of the products there, we're taking half of the proceeds of everything I get from November and December, and we're giving it in January to help the homeless, families, and veterans that are in need. I hope you'll help out. So with that said, oh God, I know a lot of people are trying to get into a happy mood for the holidays. And I would love to be part of that, but we are realistic here. Now, I'll try and lighten this up a little bit as we go here today, but there are some very serious issues that we need to address. And I'm sorry, I got my mustache is growing longer and when the hairs was bothering me there. So, by the way, Lunari, John L., you are fantastic. You know, we started it off. I can't start the show off better than this. John has donated another $19.99 through a super chat. That's $20. That's $10 more that's going to be going to the Jericho Project. By the way, folks, when I say I'm going to make the donation, I will be doing that in January live, just as I did in my birthday back in April. I will be on live. I will show you every dollar that we have brought in, and I will show you me making the donation live on a live stream so that you can see that I am a man of my word. Every dime will be paid. You will see it yourself, and I will account for every dime. You will see it for yourself. So thank you again, John, for your extreme help and wonderful help in supporting this channel, and more importantly, also helping those who are in need. And we can get this done. We don't need government for this. All right. With that said, I want to go, let me clean up some, or let me go over a little bit of news. I expect that tomorrow I will be joining the opinion guy, Charles Guaria. You may have seen him earlier yesterday. I did a interview. I was being interviewed by Charles Guaria. You may see him on, he's the opinion guy, and it was a special interview. He had me on. We were thinking initially it was going to go for just an hour. It wound up being a little over 2 hours, asking me things about my life, you know, living in homelessness in California, about Russia and the experience with the coup over there, talking about my time as a stockbroker, as well as the 20 years of political commentary that I've been doing and some of the stories and issues that we have been going through on this channel and that are current news. I thought it was a great interview. I had a great time. He asked me back already on Monday. I will be joining Joe Hanush, who is a libertarian, to talk and compare some of the policies and issues that are facing us in these last week or so of the 2025. And I think that'll be kind of interesting. That'll be on Monday at 7 o'clock. But do check out the video. Do give him a like, a share, a hello, because Charles, great guy. And it was a really good interview. And I like interesting interviews. He did a great job of mixing it up. And as always, I never know what questions I'm going to be asked whenever I do an interview, because I don't mind. There's not many subjects. I really don't know of any subject I can't answer in an interview. So it was very interesting. It was a lot of fun. With that said, I also want to take a moment. You may have seen this video. Some people may have seen this short video. I want to play it right now because I think this is important. This is the summary of, if we have to look at 2025, and I know everyone's doing the top 10 of 2025. I want to sum up the 2025 year, and I think this video does it right here. You can tell me if you agree or if you disagree. We're happy to hear any of your thoughts. But This is something I came across the other day, and it just struck me. This is the nature of what we're facing in America. So I was doing some work today, and I had to stop for a second. I have to ask a question to America and absolutely to Democrats because I don't get the mental gymnastics. Let me ask you if you believe this. If you believe that this is right, do you believe, as does Texas Senate candidate Jasmine Crockett, that crime is just a state of mind? If you don't think it's a crime, like sexual assault or robbery or terrorism, if you don't think it's a crime, then it's not a crime. Do you believe, like a college professor, that the first crime you commit isn't really a crime unless someone says it's a crime? You know, illegal immigration, breaking and entering, it's only a crime if enough Democrats agree that it should be a crime. And even if you think it's a crime, even if Democrats agree that it's a crime, it's still not your fault, according to Minnesota State Attorney General Keith Ellison, that it's still not your fault because it's too easy to commit the crime. It has to be hard for it to still count. And even if you think it's a crime, even if Democrats agree that it is a crime and it may count, and even if it was hard to do, it still might not be a crime if you have friends in high enough places in the government, like a judge, who's going to cover up for you.
Dugan responded hours later, Ashley then telling her never mind. I was concerned about what might have happened, Ashley told the jury, and I didn't want to put her in a position to talk to me about it.
As we go into 2026, is this what Democrats believe? Is this what America wants? You can only commit a crime if you have the right color of skin, if you think it's a crime, if it's hard to do, if it's something that Democrats think is a crime, and you don't have any friends in high places to protect you from the crime and its consequences. Democrats, is that what you're actually voting for? That's incredible, but it's accurate. And I'm open to hear from anyone that thinks, Mike, you got it wrong. You misunderstand the position in America. Looking at the bluer than blue states, looking at many of the policies of candidates that have declared in races for Congress, for Senate, for governor, from the Democratic side, looking at the indoctrination in our colleges and in our high schools. Tell me that isn't what is being offered to our kids and to our nation, that this is the alternative. You're listening to AOC, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley. These are the voices that we are hearing in the mainstream news media. They're telling you, no, it's not a crime. It's not your fault, even though you may have committed the crime. This isn't a problem for you. No, it's a problem for everyone else. This is crazy. This is crazy. The mental gymnastics that half our nation is going through right now, trying to justify why they're a Democrat and why their focus is on everything except the American people, except the national debt, the cost of living, the quality of life, taxes. They're not worried about those things. They're worried about how we can take care of illegal aliens in our country and take your resources, your taxes, all the programs that are there to help American citizens and give it away. Give it to someone else, not to you, to someone else, because they're here, because they exist. I don't agree with that, and I don't think that's in the best interest of America. And you can see that short, and like all of the things that we're going to go over throughout the program, you'll be able to see all of the links so that you can review this for yourself in detail, because I believe you're an intelligent individual. You're a grown adult. You have agency in your life, whether you're left, right, independent, whatever you may be. You can make the right decision for yourself. I trust you. I believe in you. And so look over the information, come to your own conclusion. Whether you agree with me or not is perfectly fine. Now, we do have a couple of comments here. I know that John L. Lunari was the first one to make a comment and also to super chat, which, again, I appreciate so much. It helps the Jericho Project. But we also have comments coming in. We have John R., and I know who this is. And John says, big surprise guest at AmFest. For those who don't know what AmFest is, it's America Fest. This is the TPUSA gathering. It's very much like CPAC, which is by the Conservative Party. It is, in fact, perhaps growing as big or perhaps even bigger, especially with younger voters. The AmFest is very popular right now. And so it's very much like the CPAC, and I've been to CPAC. I haven't yet been to the America Fest. I have been to the Libertarian Liberty Fest. So I have to get to the Democratic convention. I got to get to TPUSA's convention, but I'll get there. He says there was a big surprise guest at America Fest. It's Nicki Minaj, the rapper, came out with Erica Kirk to encourage young men to be like Trump. I like that. I did not know that. I haven't been following AmFest. I know there's been a few people who've been on, Tucker Carlson. There was Steve Bannon and a few others that have appeared over the last several days making speeches to the public, encouraging the conservative movement that does exist in America and does exist in Gen Z, but isn't talked about very much. It's kind of like being a black conservative Republican. The news media will tell you we don't exist. That's me. You're looking at a black conservative Republican. They tell you we don't exist and there's none of us out there. I've run for elected office twice. I've been doing political commentary for 20 years. They try and suppress us because we break the image, the world image that the left has or wants you to believe exists. And so they try and tell you, no one else exists. There isn't anyone. No one's really conservative anymore. Yes, we are. Not only Hispanics, not only blacks, but also the youth in Gen Z. It is something to pay attention to because you are not alone if you are a conservative, if you are a Republican, but the media, the news media, the entertainment, they want you to feel like you're alone so you don't vote, so you don't speak up, so that they have power and you just comply. And I disagree with that. So I find this interesting that Nicki Minaj, and I want to see, this will be interesting. Keep this on your mental notes, folks, that are they going to treat Nicki Minaj the same way they treated 50 Cent? Now, I don't like rappers as a general rule, and I don't really care about entertainers at all. That's just me. You may find them to be important or role models. I don't. They're just entertainers, but they are American citizens, the ones we're talking about, and they have a right to express themselves. Fantastic. But I know that when, and we covered it at the time, I believe it was in 2020, when 50 Cent came out and said he was supporting Donald Trump, we had his ex-girlfriends and the entire music industry were demonizing him for daring to side with anything conservative. They did the same thing to, I think it was Ice Cube, when he came out with his Cadillac plan to help poor people and to help minorities, in particular black people. Yeah, remember what Biden did to him? Threw him to the side, ignored him completely. The Trump administration in 2020 said, no, give me your plan. Let's work on this. Let's start this now in 2020. And the Biden administration said, no, give me your vote first, and then maybe I'll consider it. And what happened to the plan from Ice Cube that was presented to the Biden-Harris administration? You never heard about it. Why? They threw it in a drawer and forgot about it. So I think it'll be interesting to see how they treat Nicki Minaj. Are they going to demonize her too? She's a black woman and she's in rap. She's very urban. Are they going to demonize her? Are they going to throw her under a bus like they have done with every other black conservative, especially if they're male? I will be interested to see how that works out. Thank you, John, for bringing that up. I wasn't aware of it, and I love my audience. They follow things that I don't follow to let me know about things that I wasn't aware of. Gracie's with us, and Gracie says, well, it explains why Democrats defend murderers and sex offenders like Bill Clinton and Ted Kennedy. Yeah, that's the E-Files. We're going to talk a little bit about that. I won't get into it too deeply, but we will talk about it in just a few moments, because it's interesting to see how the Democrats, who for years especially just recently under the Biden-Harris administration, had the opportunity to reveal the e-files to the public. At any point in time, they had control over the Congress, the Senate, they had the White House. They could have released these files any day at any moment that they wanted to, and they chose not to. They ignored it completely. Went on and as if it didn't exist. And then when Trump got in office, who promised on the campaign trail to release the files, who back in March said, told Pam Bondi, release the documents. He has consistently said, release the documents, give them to the public, let everyone know. Now, has it been his number one priority? Not entirely, not throughout the entire year, but he has never withheld the documents, nor has he tried to withhold the documents. It hasn't been his most important priority, but he has always said, let the documents out. Now that we are getting some of those documents actually to appear, and that I think is a problem of Pam Bondi more than anyone else, we finally get some of the documents released, and lo and behold, as we already knew, there was a massive influence of Bill Clinton and other Democrats, prominent Democrats, were directly tied to Epstein and his island and his activities. And Democrats are calling foul. Oh my God, how can you do that? That's not fair. And you wanted the files to be released. Everyone wanted the files to be released. You want people who are connected directly to the activities on that island. You wanted them exposed, Democrats, just like everyone else. And you were upset. You were blaming Trump for not releasing it. Well, now we've released it. And lo and behold, there are many, many, many Democrats that were directly connected, which explains why we didn't see anything during the entire Biden-Harris administration. This is why they ignored it. And the media was more than happy to go along with that and ignore everything. And now you're upset because your guy has been exposed completely, and there is no deniability, as they have been trying to deny with Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and many other of the Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker getting donations from him. Now we see connections possibly even to Obama indirectly through Richard Branson. And now they want to say, oh, well, no. Now you're just playing politics. This has always been about politics. And don't cry wolf now when we've done exactly what the Democrats asked for, exactly what Donald Trump promised to do. It's happening. Yes, it took longer than we expected. It's happening. And they're all going, oh my God, you can't show that. That's not fair. It's the truth. It's amazing to me. But as I said, we'll get into it a little bit more. Thank you for that comment, Grace. I look forward to talking more about this. Yeah, we're going to talk more about a few of these things, folks. We're not done at all. Hang on. I have quite a few things that I wanted to go over with everybody here. So we have some breaking news that I think deserves to be talked about. Normally on the program, we deal with breaking news first, then we go into the international, then we go into the domestic, all the while talking about how America is either affecting the world or how the world is affecting America and what you can expect, and to understand how these things happen so we can perhaps prevent them from the negative things we can prevent from happening in the future, and the good things we can help encourage. That's one of the goals of this channel. And we're going to do it in more than a minute and a half, which is all you get from the mainstream news media, because they want you to hear a headline. They'll tell you how to feel, and then they tell you to shut up, don't talk about it, because they've made a decision. They have a political agenda. So do I. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative. I'm willing to tell you that to your face up front. And I will show you the evidence using almost entirely left-wing news media and articles and sources to show you the truth of what I'm talking about. You can make up your own mind, but I will at least tell you where I stand and why I have such passion on these issues. You won't get that from CNN, MSNBC, or MS Now, whatever they call themselves, ABC, CBS, the New York Times, Huffington Post. They won't tell you. They will lie to you and say, we're neutral. We're neutral. No, you're not. No, you are not. And we often expose that on this channel on a regular basis. Oh, we got another comment. Chuck, Long Island. That's right. Charles is here. We had the interview, as I showed you, from yesterday, which was a great interview. And he just said, thank you for coming on. I'm looking forward to it. And I'll be on Monday at 7 with him again. Please do check that. So let's talk about what's breaking news at this moment. And it's not getting the attention I think it should be getting. And we're talking about Venezuela. Now, the most recent news is that on the 19th, which was Friday, Donald Trump did not exclude the potential of having a war with Venezuela. This is something that many people have been discussing. We hear from the left that we are absolutely going to war with Venezuela. That has never been a stated goal, nor is that something that has been definitive. In fact, we've said several times that we can either surgically strike or otherwise decapitate the Maduro regime in Venezuela, something that the Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner of 2025, actually supports. Argentina, the president there, Milei, he also supports Donald Trump and his actions. So you have the opposition and Nobel Peace Prize winner for Venezuela. She dedicated the Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump, and she is 1,000% behind what Donald Trump is doing right now to punish Venezuela for both working with Iran and with drug cartels. I don't see a problem with that. Neither did the Nobel Peace Prize winner, nor does the president of Argentina. That tells you a lot right there. But the left-leaning news media from around the world are saying, well, this is going to turn into a war. Not to say that it won't, but it's unlikely because it's unnecessary. Economic actions can resolve this by itself. The show of force should be enough to stop this because Venezuela isn't going to beat America. The Venezuelan Navy will not beat the U.S. Navy. Their Air Force doesn't exist. Our military, our troops, the Marines and Army will decimate the Venezuelan government. We know this. The only thing they would be able to do is have an ongoing guerrilla war. But the people of Venezuela, people who under socialism, under Chavez and now Maduro, they have been starving. They have been without medical aid. So much so, their healthcare is so poor that there has been a 1,000% increase in the amount of measles, mumps, and rubella in Venezuela since 2018 that has been affecting and infecting all of South America, Central America, Mexico, and now United States. How? And this is, by the way, coming from the WHO. We have covered this multiple times. And how are they infecting all of these nations? The immigrant caravans. Those migrant caravans that were part of the open door policy of Democrats and the Biden-Harris administration. The fact that we had no control over our southern border, and we allowed, some say the estimate is 8 million, some say 20 million illegal aliens in under the Biden-Harris administration. Well, that took a bunch of people from Venezuela who, through no fault of their own, were incapable of getting medication to take care of mumps and measles and rubella. And they contracted these diseases and brought them through the caravans into multiple nations and including the United States. And that's why we have such a big increase. It's not because, RFK said no more vaccines, because he never said that. The RFK, the CDC, have never stopped American citizens from getting any vaccine. They have said that some vaccines may be better than other vaccines, that there may be in some of these things like the mRNA may have some complications that we haven't fully investigated. And that parents should be aware and should be asking questions of their doctor about their health care and the health care of their children. That is choice. That is what America is about. You have a right to choose. The government doesn't have a right to mandate or force you to do something you don't want to do. And so, but the left needs a demon, and they hate RFK because he is a traitor. He turned on Democrats in their mind. In truth, he just wanted the opportunity to have his voice presented to the Democratic Party and let Democrats, through a primary system, pick who was the best choice. We had the part-time zombie Joe Biden, or you could have had RFK. You may not love RFK, and most Democrats did love RFK before the 2024 election, but they didn't know that Joe Biden was a half-dead, half-zombie part-time president because the news media hid it from you, which is part of the reason why they didn't have a primary. So the reason why we have more measles, more mumps in America isn't because of RFK. It's not because he's a Democrat traitor. It's not because he's crazy and there is no science out there. No. It's because Venezuela, a socialist nation, didn't give its people food or health care. They ran out of that country to every other country on the continent, north and south, and they brought measles and mumps with them. That's not racist. That's a fact. You don't believe me? Check the WHO, their reports on the increase in measles and mumps in 2018 and since. Where did it originate from? Venezuela. That's a fact. But the news media doesn't like to tell you these things. So let me bring it back. How does that all connect? We don't need to go into Venezuela. The Venezuelan people are dying. That's a fact. They're dying under the Maduro regime, which is absolutely corrupt. Cartels control Venezuela. That's also a fact. That's not in dispute. They are running drugs and human trafficking, otherwise known as slavery, into the United States. That is a fact. No one disputes that. It is true. The United States has taken the position, whether you agree with it or not is a different question, but they have taken the position that to protect the national security, to protect Americans from drugs and overdoses that is preventable, and to protect America from cartels and to reduce the amount of slavery in the world, we were going to directly attack Venezuela and stop Venezuela from helping countries like Iran, which is the greatest sponsor of terror in the world. That is documented. Every country believes that and understands it. Well, to prevent them from having access to money to fund more international terrorism, we have been increasing pressure on Venezuela. So part of that increasing pressure is to say, oh, we might go to war. That's a threat. That's not a promise. It's not a maybe or we're about to. It's a threat. Again, increases the pressure to try and get Maduro to step down without violence, without need of intervention of the military, to get him out either through a coup like Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, taking over, or otherwise removing Maduro and allowing the people of Venezuela to get health care, to feed themselves, to have a better quality of life that they used to have before Chavez came in with his promise that socialism will make everything perfect. Everyone will be equal. Well, the public is equal now. They're all equally in poverty. They're all equally sick. They're all equally starving. That was the promise of socialism. It came true. The fact is, most people didn't understand what that promise would result in. We see it now. So, news media saying, oh, no, but Donald Trump, he's not going to say we wouldn't go to war. If you're trying to pressure a government, of course you wouldn't rule it out. You would let them know that everything's on the table. Everything is possible. Don't force us to do this. Get out while you can. Let's fix your country. Let your country heal itself. This makes sense. Maduro instead decided, as you can see, and this is an article from The Guardian, which is left-leaning, and you can see here they say, Well, Maduro, his answer was, no, we're going to still ship oil and help Iran and help themselves illegally, because it is illegal to ship Iranian oil and or share profits of oil sales with Iran. That is an international ban. It's one of the sanctions against Iran. So that is a problem for Venezuela. And they have a lot of agreements with Iran, which is how Iran is getting money, even though they are heavily sanctioned, to be able to fund Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah, some of the biggest terrorist organizations in the world. Okay. So Maduro said, no, we're going to protect these ships. We're going to protect these oil tankers. We're going to keep giving money to Iran, even though it's against sanctions, even though that increases the net terrorism in the world. And they're going to try and protect the drug boats that are sending in illegal drugs into America that lead to the death of tens of thousands of American citizens, and to continue to ship human trafficking into America. Okay, that's what he said. Here's the thing that actually happened. We see that right now there is a tanker. Now, there's been two tankers. I'll get to the second one. We already know that one of the tankers that was illegally shipping oil and sharing funds with Iran has already been captured by the United States. There is a second tanker, which is under Panamanian flags, but again, was in port in Venezuela with oil, sharing the proceeds with Iran and Venezuela. That was seized by the United States earlier yesterday, in that time frame. And I'm going to go over that in a second. But what you probably don't know is there is a third tanker, as is being reported right now by Bloomberg News, that the United States Coast Guard is tracking down and chasing a third tanker. Again, we believe is identified as sharing its proceeds with Iran, oil with Iran, and or may contain drugs and helping cartels. A lot of people haven't been paying attention to that. There's not a lot of news on it, but it's there. What many people might have noticed is that 21 hours ago, yesterday, the United States seized the second oil tanker. So there's three now. But the second oil tanker was taken from Venezuela, and that was, depending on the wording, it was either in a Venezuelan port or was just leaving the port of one of the ports in Venezuela, and we captured that. Does that mean America's going to war? No. Does that mean that Venezuelans are just being killed left and right? That's what the left would like you to believe. That is not the case. That is not happening. And I want to emphasize that the right wing, Javier Milei, the libertarian president of Argentina, which is, according to Deutsche Welle, DW News, which is Germany's news station, also left-leaning, they incorrectly state that Javier Milei, who is a libertarian, is right-leaning. He's a libertarian. That doesn't make him on the right. He's not a Republican. A lot of Americans misunderstand that. He's libertarian. He's not Republican. He is not conservative. He is libertarian. Very big difference. The average person may not recognize that, but there's a big difference in the policies and the structure. I get in this argument with Larry Sharp, my good friend, all the time. He's a libertarian. I'm a Republican. Some things we agree with, a lot of things we don't. That's okay. But he's not a Republican and I'm not a libertarian, even though sometimes we agree on things. That being said, so we can see here, and I want you to understand, I'm not making this stuff up. This is from the German news station telling you that Argentina agrees with Donald Trump and agrees that the socialism that started under Hugo Chavez, that was trying to spread throughout South America and is continued under Maduro and is corrupt and encouraging cartels, he wants it gone just as much as America does. And I believe it's right here. Where is it? And I forget where it is exactly, but also Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, is also identified in this same article. So this is part of the breaking news right now. I think this is important. You are being told America's going headlong into World War III. Now, we've been told this many, many, many times before. We've been told throughout the Trump administration in the 45th presidency, we were told that Donald Trump was absolutely going to bring America into World War III. Never happened. North Korea, China, Russia. We had accusations of going to World War III each and every time. It never happened. But America was a strong nation. It was respected. It was feared. And we saw more global stability by the end of Donald Trump's first presidency than we saw under the Obama administration. Then came Joe Biden. He was weak. He was a part-time president. Every world leader knew that, and they all took advantage of America because Joe Biden didn't know what he was doing. Because somebody was running America for 18 hours a day, and nobody knew who that was. No one publicly knew that anyway. And so they took advantage. And we saw global instability. We saw more civil wars. We saw more fighting. We saw more countries being overrun under the Biden administration, and Biden let it happen. Looking at Afghanistan, Ukraine, the problems with Hamas, Gaza, and Israel, we saw major conflicts. And that's not even to speak about what was going on throughout Southeast Asia and China, threatening to go into Taiwan and some of the other conflicts in Micronesia. It's a lot of information, I know, but I'm trying to break it down for you. I'm trying to let you understand where we stand in this war as we go into 2026, because it's an election year, and you're going to hear the news media lie to you, lie to your face, try to fearmonger you, all for one reason. They want you to vote Democrat. They are trying to funnel all the news sources that you receive, and every answer is going to be an approved message that leads to only one conclusion: vote Democrat. That's all they want, because they want power. They agree with the Democrat socialists, and they want you to become, or at least give power to the Democratic socialists, because that's the way they get to have more control over your life. People like Zoran Mandami has already told you very clearly after the election, after he got your vote, he told you government is the solution to everything in your life. Every problem can be solved by more government. He wants government to micromanage your life. He's a Democratic socialist, just like AOC, just like Ilhan Omar, like Hakeem Jeffries, and many, many other Democrats. They want to control your life. They try and say, oh, no, but this is good for you because you're not smart enough to run your own life. I disagree with that. But that's what we hear from Zoran Mandami. He said it himself. We've heard that from Hakeem Jeffries. We heard that from AOC. We've heard that from Bernie Sanders. More government will make your life better. Government will make the decisions you don't make properly. I disagree with that entirely. But that's their sales pitch after they get power. The pitch before is you'll get free stuff. Government will give you things as long as you give them power. What they don't tell you is what is it going to cost you, which is your freedom and your choice and every opportunity to think. They're going to control everything. And that's why we need to talk about these things so you can make up your mind and hear the other side of the story, or a more full version of the story, so you can make up your choice. If you want to vote Democrat, that's up to you. That's your choice. But I want you to understand, what is it going to cost you? What are the consequences? What are the realities we're dealing with right now? That's why I want you to understand what's happening with Venezuela. It's not Trump is just crazy. He's authoritarian and he's just trying to take over every country in the world. If we wanted to take over Venezuela, we could have done it already. America easily could take over Venezuela, Brazil, Argentina. We could take over South America, Central America, Mexico in a week. Mind you, and I know there's some background noise here, mind you, we'd be fighting for 5-10 years in each and every one of those countries because nothing ever happens overnight smoothly. There would be some conflict. There would be many of these countries are controlled by cartels and or corrupt officials that want to maintain their power. They want to be the authority in their nation, and they know that if they were to see justice, if justice were to happen in their nations, they would be thrown in jail, if not killed, under the rule of law. So they would fight. Many of their corrupt politicians and their armies would be fighting to maintain the power they have. So yes, we would be fighting, but America would win. We'd decimate these nations easily. And we're not. That's the point. We're not. We could, we're not. And I think that's the part that people need to remember. We're not. We easily could be doing these things if we were truly we were on a path of colonization. If we were on a path of authoritarianism, we could have done these things already. Trump could have done it when he was the 45th president. He could do it now as the 47th president. We could have already done it. And we haven't. That's the thing. And it's not because Democrats stopped Donald Trump. They didn't. They don't have the power. They don't have the authority. It's because it's not what's intended. That's not the goal. And again, you may disagree. I'm happy to hear what you have to say about that. If you disagree with me, if you think, Mike, you just don't understand, tell me how. Tell me why. Let's have that conversation. Because that's what America's about. Let's have the conversation so that we can make sure, because we have a 2026, we have governor's races, we have Congress, both at the House and in the Senate. We have an opportunity to make sure that if we're on the wrong track, if we have the wrong priorities, we can correct it. If you think that Trump is doing something way wrong, let's talk about it so that people can vote. But if you think he's on the right path, let's also support that. Hey, we've got, this is a new voice. This is the Mrs. channel. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you for being part of our audience. I hope you're enjoying the program so far, and I hope I'll hear more of your comments as we go forward. We thank you for joining us today. So I wanted to talk about, so those are the breaking items, and that's something that we're going to hear more of. But remember, it is being framed as America's authoritarian, but the people who are most directly affected, Argentina, the opposition, the people in Venezuela, they're saying Trump is doing everything that they could possibly want. They are happy and supportive of what Trump is doing. That's how bad it is in Venezuela. They want this and they want more. They want Trump to move even further. So it's not as simple as Trump bad, orange man bad. That's not an answer. That's not the situation. And anyone who tells you it's just orange man bad, Trump's an authoritarian, they are lying to you by omission. They don't understand the situation. They're not paying attention to the details on the ground. They're not listening to what's happening internationally. There is more to this. And we will continue to follow this story going forward to keep you abreast of it. We've been talking about it before it became more national news, and we're going to continue to talk about this. Equally, I think it's important that we also bring up another news story that you probably haven't heard a lot of here in the United States. In the United Kingdom, GB News, Great Britain News, they had a story about censorship, about the Online Safety Act. Now, this is something that has already been affecting millions of channels here in the United States. That's on YouTube, that's on Google, that's on the internet. And in England, they said, we have to protect the kids. We have to make sure that they're protected from the very worst things on the internet, pornography in particular. And while most of us will agree, there is no reason why children, kids 16, 12, 10, there's no need for them to be presented with pornography just because they're online. I think all rational adults will agree with that. And we would want children to be protected from that. You're 18, 19, 20, you're an adult. If that's what you want to find, fantastic. And by the way, the only thing, the number one most profitable thing on the internet is pornography. That is just a fact. So all these politicians, all the Puritans out there that are telling you they would never look at any of the pornography and they don't know anyone who does and it doesn't make any sense and we have to get rid of it 100%. Yeah, the number one most profitable thing on the internet has always been and continues to be pornography. There is a market for it. Whether people want to talk about it or not, that's another thing. But that's the reality. So we're not getting rid of it. And I know there are some people who go, many of the Democrats, the many leftist Democrats, this is what blows my mind. The leftist Democrats are the ones saying we have to have more censorship. I thought they were supposed to be liberals. They're supposed to have a liberal view of social policies. And they're the ones who are saying, people like Blumenthal out of Connecticut, they're saying, oh, no, we have to have the government censor the internet, of course, to protect children, just like England said, like Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, has said. And what has been the result? Exactly what people on the right, conservatives, libertarians, have been saying from day one. If the government gets that much control of speech, they will abuse their power. It will not be restricted to just protecting children. It's going to abuse adults. And that is exactly what has happened. And now they're looking to go even further. So much so far that even Google, which is a left-leaning company, is saying, wait a minute, you're going to censor everyone. You keep going down this path, which Google has been happy to do. Remember, England came out with the Online Safety Act, and at the same time, they implemented in the United States the AI child verification. Remember that? They have the AI age verification, which has shut down about 1 million or more channels in the last 3 months have been shut down because they copied the exact same censorship of England. They abused the power, said, oh, we don't like what you're watching. We don't like the channel and the content you put out. It's not the approved message. No one should see it. It's dangerous for kids. You shouldn't introduce them to these ideas. I'm talking about politics. People are talking about politics. Maybe they're talking about movies that have come out. And because that isn't the way that the left, the socialist movement wants, the progressives want you to think, they want to shut it down. And it is most prevalent and most obvious in the United Kingdom. Google has now had to say that what England is doing and what they're planning to do next is absolutely insane. It is destroying freedom of speech. And if it happens in England, it will happen in America. Just like the Online Safety Act is now the AI age verification in America. And we've seen that in several colleges as well. They're going to copy whatever England does and paste it onto America to prevent you from being able to speak as you want to. That's why this story is important. This is telling us the potential future if we continue to go down the progressive path. And it is so restrictive, it is so antithetical to the foundation of America that even Google, a left-leaning company, has to say, stop. This is too much. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Google has launched a scathing criticism of the Labor government. For those who don't know, the Labor government in the United Kingdom has a parliament, not a Congress. So they have a lot of different coalitions, a lot of different groups. One of the largest ones is Labor, which in America, that would translate to the Democratic Party. Labor Party, when you hear that, think Democrat. That's essentially the equivalence from the United Kingdom to the United States. It's kind of like the metric system going into feet and inches. So that's the conversion. So Google has launched a scathing criticism of the Labor government, claiming Britain risks suppressing free expression through the Online Safety Act, which they are doing. The tech behemoth's criticism targets Ofcom. When you hear Ofcom, OFCOM, that is the Online Safety Act. Ofcom's plan requiring platforms to identify and limit the spread of potentially illegal material, including hate speech and incitement to violence. Here is the key, and this is the part that is scaring everyone. Identify and limit potentially, quote unquote, quote, potentially illegal, end quote, material. What does that mean? Something that's potentially illegal. Imagine you're walking through a store and you get arrested because you are potentially shoplifting. What? What does that mean? Imagine you're walking down the street, you're passing by a bank. And as you walk by the bank, police officers come up and they arrest you. Federal agents come up and arrest you because you could potentially rob the bank. That makes no sense. And in a democratic nation, even with a parliament, everyone would be in an uproar and say, you can't do that. That makes no sense. No crime has been committed. Why are you punishing citizens for this made-up idea? Well, there's no difference between potentially robbing a bank by walking past it, as the same thing means on online that you're potentially breaking the law by talking about an idea, by showing a clip of news. You could show the news of what's happening in the Sudan, the war, the crimes that are happening over there. You could have a video talking about cartels and the human trafficking, otherwise known as slavery. You could be talking about the drug boats from Venezuela and how the United States is protecting American citizens from overdoses by destroying those boats. And that is, according to Ofcom, according to the United Kingdom, according to the progressive movement, that is potentially a threatening video, even though it's a news clip, even if it shows up on ABC, even if it's on the New York Times. That is a dangerous thought because you clipped it, because you're showing it, and you're not ABC. You're not the New York Times or the Huffington Post. And because you're talking about it, you will be punished because you may not say the message in the approved manner. You might even disagree with the approved message. So how dare you? Therefore, you will be punished because that is potentially illegal, according to the laws of the UK, which are very similar to the laws in the United States. It's potentially a threat. It is essentially the same thing as you're walking past a bank, and therefore you are potentially robbing the bank, and therefore you have to be punished. I hope this makes it clear. This gives you a clear understanding of the danger that we're talking about here. I hope this gives you a way to look at it, because you can also say, and this isn't new, red flag laws are the same thing. This is the same concept as red flag laws. And most people don't think of it that way. No one in the news media will tell you that it's exactly the same thing, and it is just an extension of that idea. Every red flag law says that you can be punished without ever breaking a law because you have the potential to harm yourself and others. Does you notice the language is exactly the same? It's the potential. You have the potential under red flag laws to harm yourself and others because someone said so. Not because it's a fact, not because you broke a law. So, and I have used this example. I have spoken with lawyers across this country. I have talked to politicians, elected officials, Democrats and Republicans and independents. I've talked to them all, including people who have voted on red flag laws in several states. And I've asked them all this, and I've made sure that this is absolutely true. The fact is, a part-time badminton coach a part-time sports coach at a school could see that you said something online that they did not like. And if they have any idea or awareness that you have a firearm, they can go to a judge and say, hey, judge, this person is unstable because I didn't like their tweet. They didn't cry enough about Rob Reiner dying. They didn't cry enough and instantly support and donate to Jasmine Crockett. So this person's a bad person. They're a racist, they're a sexist, they're a homophobe. I think that makes them dangerous. They bought a baseball bat or a steak knife or a brick, whatever, just about anything ever used to harm a human being in the history of mankind. Therefore, they are dangerous. You need to have a warrant. Go in with a SWAT team somewhere between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. in the morning. Go into their house, take every single gun. And by the way, if they have kids, take their kids away from them as well. Because obviously, if the government is going to take away your property and they're going to take away your rights, because you are a danger to yourself and others. You are obviously a danger to your children. And under the child protective services of every single state in America, they are required, the government is required in that environment to take that child away from their parents. And now you, who have committed no crime, who was not made aware of any of this until the moment the SWAT team shows up at your door, you have now lost your property, you have lost your children, you are now ostracized in your community, you are assumed to be a guilty criminal, you've done nothing wrong, you've broken no laws, and yet you are being repeatedly, consistently punished at some of the highest levels possible. That is the same thing as the online censorship. What they did is they took a red flag law and they put it onto the internet. That's what's happening in England. And now England is saying, see, we took your idea for red flag laws, we turned it into censorship online, and now they're giving it back to America and saying, you can do it in America too. And finally, it is so repressive. It is so repulsive. It is so anti-business that even Google, who were perfectly fine with red flag laws, who are perfectly fine approving and emphasizing and projecting, forcing the approved message into your searches, into your household, through their algorithms. They're happy to do that. And even they had to say, this is a step too far. This is what's coming in 2026. The mainstream media doesn't want to talk about this. They don't want you to think about this. They don't want you to understand what this is and how it will affect your life. But it is, and it is coming, and it is going to be devastating. If you think this is bad for England, where they don't have a First Amendment right, there is no right to free speech in England. It doesn't exist. That's a U.S. only. That is the United States. I believe in the First Amendment. I believe that you, wherever you are, we are live right now in over 100 different countries throughout all the different platforms that I have. And I believe you have a right to speak about your government and the politics you believe in, and to let other people know whether you agree or disagree with anything. I think you have that right. England does not. They control, and they control how you say anything. Words are crimes in England. Oh, people think, well, England's a first world nation. England's very free and stable. And they criminalize words. If you say the wrong word in person or online, you can be arrested. You can be charged $50,000. You can be thrown in jail for years because you said the wrong word. You said a word that's unapproved. And they're trying to do that in America. Progressives are trying to take that idea and put it in America. And they're going to say the same thing that they said about red flag laws. This is to protect you. This is to protect the kids. We're going to help you. And then they're going to abuse it. And they're going to use this to punish you. Just like red flag laws have been used hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands of times since 1999 and have been used as a weapon against people in America. You're seeing the same thing with the Online Safety Act, and you're seeing that reverberate throughout all of the internet to every single country, including the United States. Share this with people, folks. I know it took a minute or two to explain this, but no one else is telling you this. No one else is breaking this down. And it's not like, oh my God, Mike's just thinking this up. This is coming from the British news. This is coming from Google. These are things you can look up, and I have looked up for 20 years now. And we have been talking about this for 20 years. And I can show you the left-leaning news sources that are saying this. I can show you the people like Keir Starmer that are pushing these messages, these ideas. It's not me. That's Google saying this. That's Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, the Labour Party of England are saying this. We're hearing this in 18 states in the United States with the red flag laws. We've been hearing this for decades. No one has bothered to stop and break it down and say, hold it, stop. Let's look at this. Let's take a snapshot. Let's just freeze time and look at what are we doing? What are the consequences of this? How is this affecting people's lives? And how badly is this being abused? How hard is it to abuse this? Again, every red flag law in the nation allows someone to, for whatever reason, just walk into a police station, walk into a judge's chambers and accuse you of not committing a crime, just being dangerous in their opinion. And that is good enough to be able to take away your property and your children and to give you the red scarlet letter and ostracize you from your local community. That's all it takes. And now they're doing the same thing online. This should scare people. This is online censorship. And even Google is scared of how repressive it is. Now, to be fair, Google's upset because it means they're going to make less money. That's honestly what they're upset about. They're not worried. They're worried about either they're going to get sued because it's almost impossible not to get sued, because what is a potentially illegal material? No one knows. That's a made-up word. That's a made-up legal term. It doesn't exist. It's whatever I say it is at any given moment on any given day. You can't protect yourself against that. As a business, you can't protect yourself. You are, no matter what someone sees, it is potentially illegal if a politician says so. Therefore, they're going to be sued. It's a matter of how much are they going to get sued for. So I understand Google's doing this because they're greedy. And they know that they're going to get sued. It's just a matter of time. It doesn't matter what they do. They can't comply with this law because it's not a law. It is just authoritarian. It's not bullying. It's not cyberbullying. This is literally a bunch of progressive socialists who are saying, we're taking over your country. We're taking over your thinking. And there's nothing that Google can do about it. And if they do anything, even if they do nothing, they will get sued eventually and they will lose eventually. Because potentially illegal material is impossible. They say this includes hate speech and the incitement to violence. How do you define hate speech? No one in America can define. Let me be more corrective. The laws in America, whether it's New York State, the federal government, no one has an understanding of what hate speech is. You ask any two politicians, forget the average American. No average American can define what hate speech is. It's impossible to define. But if you ask politicians, whether it be two Democrats, two progressives, if you ask a progressive, a Democrat, and a Republican, and a libertarian, they won't be able to define hate speech that they each agree with. It is subjective, which is a problem because laws can't be subjective. If you have a law and it's subjective, then it's flawed, it is broken, it is unconstitutional, and it will not work. Laws are objective, they're concrete, they are absolute. That's whenever you see people go, oh, well, here's this family. This is the new thing you're seeing right now is, oh, here's this family of, I don't know, poor people. Maybe they're Arabic or they're Hispanic or they're Black, doesn't really matter. But this family of people, and they hold up, and you see them, they're holding this sign. This is all AI, by the way. It's not real. But AI will draw this family of people. You know, there'll be like 3 kids. They're all like under 18, and a mom and a dad, and they're in clothes that are a little bit worn, and they all look tired, and they're holding up a sign that is computer printed, and it's got this printout on it, and it says, do you really want to deport us? Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I want to deport you. Why? Not because I'm racist, not because I don't like your religion or something stupid like that. There is a law. And the law says if you illegally entered my country, you get deported. So yes, I want you deported. Not because I hate the family, not because I don't like the religion, not because of color of skin that they have. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about their genders, their gender preferences. I don't care who they're dating and how they date them. That doesn't matter. There is a law. The law is objective for a reason, because otherwise we will abuse the law. If the law is subjective, then we will abuse it, because that's what happens in history. We're already abusing the law, and it's objective. So imagine if you made it subjective, and we can, well, these people, it's okay, and those people, not so much. You get into racism that way. You get into abuse that way. So the answer is, yes, I want to deport you. Why? Because you've already committed a crime. I know, and we'll get into it, but we always hear from the left, and they always go, well, they haven't committed any crimes besides, they leave out this part, besides entering the country illegally, breaking and entering. That is a crime in and of itself. What they're talking about is, oh, but they didn't commit additional crimes besides remaining in the country illegally. Well, they already broke the law. They still have to be punished according to the law. That's objective. They're like, no, it's subjective. We shouldn't punish them for this crime. Well, then what crime should we punish them for? If it's subjective, there is no crime that we will punish them for. There is no law. All you have is anarchy and chaos. And if you ask the Democratic Socialists of America, they're perfectly fine with that. No one's going to have this conversation with you. No one's going to take the time to really lay this out for you so that you can understand brick by brick exactly how the downfall is coming, exactly why the progressive socialist ideology, which has been infecting not just the United States, but most of the first world nations. We're talking about the European Union, we're talking about Canada, we're talking about England. It's destroying culture after culture, nation after nation. And no one's willing to talk to you about it. No one's willing to say that to your face. Now, you can tell me, Mike, I don't like that. That's fine. I'm not telling you to like it or not like it. I'm telling you this is the truth. These are the real world consequences. This is how this will play out. This is how they will abuse it. When England passed, they talked to the English people and they said, we're going to protect the kids. They never mentioned that they were then going to turn around and they were going to punish people because of made up imaginary hate laws that no one knows what they are and there is no definition of them, and that they were going to be punished by an incitement to violence. What does that mean? What incites people to violence? We have no idea. They don't have a definition for it. There's no way to define that. It is subjective, which means it is abusive, and they're going to abuse you. They're going to abuse it, and they know it. So, hi, how you doing? Hey, by the way, folks, this is my puppy. No, this is my puppy. This is my con. What? What? What happened? What did he do to himself?
Okay.
Come here. You okay?
Oh,
What did he do?
you see his nail sticking out?
Oh, his nail.
Now you have to go get that cut. He's limping.
Mm.
It's pointing out.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, folks. That's my dog. His nail. His nails are long, which he will not let anyone get to. And it's a little sore. And now he's upset. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Obviously, my dog is hurt. We haven't even gotten to the main stuff that I wanted to talk about today. But anyway, we're going to take a quick break. I need to take care of my dog. And let's go with, okay. I'm going to play for you a little bit of the interview I had with Charles yesterday. And then we'll talk and we'll go back a little bit further. Give me about 45 minutes. Let's see. It's now 3:48. So let's call it 4:30. We'll be back and we'll talk a little bit more. Okay. All right, folks. We'll be right back with you.
To his show and a fantastic life. Here he is, Michael Voss. Hey, Mike, how are you?
Hey, it's good to be here with you. And
Thank you.
welcome to your entire audience. Welcome to allow me to be in your space with everybody. It's the 10th episode. So that's a nice little landmark on there. I hope this is going to be real exciting for your audience. I look forward to their comments, your comments, questions. It's all open. Let's get into this.
All right, great. Yeah, thanks for being here. I've made number 10. I'm about 2.5 weeks in, so far so good. I'm loving it. You know what I wanted to start with is your show, No Soundbites Allowed. What was your inspiration to actually get on air, and how long have you been doing it?
Well, the easy part is I've been doing political commentary for 20 years now. Started back with Obama, the Obama administration, well, before Obama got elected, when he was senator and he was talking about running.
Mm-hmm.
I got into dealing with online web blogs and commentary, all of that, back in about 2004, 2005.
Hmm.
So let me walk through. So I was a stockbroker,
Mm-hmm.
and I was doing that for about 10 years, and it was getting very litigious. Everybody's getting sued for nothing. I never got sued, but it was getting to the point where the paperwork was just ridiculous. It's since that time, it's gotten even worse. This is right around 2001. And then
Okay.
we had the Twin Towers, and I didn't see the market moving up for 5 years. I thought it would be a flat, neutral market for the most part. So I said, well, I could either trade a lot of stuff, make very little money for my clients, and bring in income for me, which I didn't feel was fair, or I could try this new venture. A friend of mine who was also, he'd been a co-worker at a firm, and he went and became going online and doing consulting.
Okay.
I said, okay, investor relations, I can do that. It's very similar to what I was doing anyway, and I would
Right.
handle the analysis. So I jumped into that. And that was about 2004 when everyone started talking about this new thing, the weblogs, and trying to get their online presence. I thought it was a real great opportunity. So I created about 150 different websites for the company, for my firm.
Whoa.
And I was writing to each and every one of them. Not,
You were writing the HTML code, right?
huh?
You were writing the HTML code, right?
Oh, I hand wrote all of the websites. That was all hand coded, and I was
Yeah.
writing the content. I was writing articles, about 5 to 10 articles a day on 150 different topics.
Wow.
One that really, I learned how to research very quickly and to summarize and get my point out. I had about a 2-hour, 3-hour turnaround for every article I wanted to put out. It was a good training exercise, good, and I was good with English anyway. That led to me recognizing, hey, this could be good for investments, and investments are very much tied to politics. What politics is doing creates an environment for either good or bad economic conditions.
Oh yeah.
Getting into that led me to looking at, of course, the next election, and I had to and try and understand, was he a good candidate, bad candidate? Would it be good for the economics, bad for the economics? And from that got me into talking about politics. In fact, I was in 2006, I was the only conservative Republican commentator who was covering the election on TV1, which is the poor man's version of BET. They didn't ask me a whole lot. They never asked me back. I did an entire year of news coverage of Obama, and they never asked me back because I said, don't vote for him. He was a horrible candidate. They didn't like me. But that led me down the path to talking about politics. And the first iteration of my channel was called MVAS, MVASS.com. That was the first iteration.
I think I saw that somewhere.
Yeah, it's very old.
Around.
And I wrote about, in 15 years, I wrote 3,000 articles, roughly.
Wow.
Each article being about 1,000 words a piece on politics, all the different issues. And about 2010, I started saying, well, you know, it'd be faster and easier to do it on video. That's when I created my website now, No Soundbites Allowed, is actually the third version of me trying to do political commentary online. The first two were killed by YouTube. They kept changing their rules. So they killed the first two channels. And then in 2010, was it? I think it's 2010. Might have been. Yeah, it's 2010. I got this channel going, and it's been going continuous since then. I have about 2,800 videos. They're about an average of each video is about 50 minutes, an hour long, with several being far, far longer, a lot of my live streams. And I've talked to people from national vice presidential presidents, members of Congress, state assemblies, candidates for every position, local, state, and federal. That's how I got into all that. So this is like the third or fourth version of political commentary that I've been doing for about 2 decades.
Wow. Now I gotta say, you kind of mentioned, you go a little bit longer than an hour, and you absolutely do. On Sundays, you do about 6.
That would be one of the things I do, besides live coverage, interviews, shorts, which are very popular now, I have a lot of problems with that. I'm gregarious, if a lot of people don't know.
No sound bites allowed. You wouldn't like shorts.
Yeah, I really was against that, and I had to do it. I had to do it because of the algorithms. But
shorts are great, yeah.
But on
they're great for viewers.
My main thing is when I do a live stream that I'm running for, say, my weekly show Sunday on 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I do a live stream and I cover a large block of international, domestic, and international news.
Right.
Huge block. And that usually takes, my average show is about 5 hours long. A short show for me is 3 hours. A long show for me is probably 7.5. And once a year on my birthday, every year, I've been doing this for about 5 years now. Every year on my birthday, I do a 12-hour marathon. These are all just me and the comments. That's
now,
it.
A lot of times when folks are doing that long, they're doing like a fundraiser. So are you doing like a fundraiser on that day for a charity? I know you got one going on now. If you want to mention, I forget, project something, right? But that aside for a second. So it's not a fundraiser when you do that 12 hours?
The 12-hour, the special 12-hour birthday episode, half the time I've been doing it as a fundraiser. Half the time I don't.
All right.
It's the last two, I think I've been doing it as a fundraiser because I saw the opportunity to help some of the charities and some of the things that homelessness. I've been homeless twice in my life. I'm very much an advocate for the homeless and to try and help people who are homeless, veterans. I've served in the Marines. My father was in the Marines, served in Vietnam. Many of my friends are veterans. Some of my family, other family members are also veterans. So I have a lot of compassion and want to help veterans, families in need, and the homeless. So I raise money for them. Not all, most of the time, 90% of the time, the things I do for those programs or those people has nothing, you'll never see my name on it. I actively tell them, don't put my name on. But the last couple of years, I've been putting my name on some of the bigger events. And as you mentioned right now, all the proceeds that I've made and am making in November and December from every one of my properties, whether it's a Super Chat, Rumble Rant, I've got mugs that I sell, T-shirts, and however I get the money, whether it's a donation in PayPal or Patreon, whatever it is, I am taking half of the proceeds. And in January, I'm going to be giving it to the Jericho Project. That's a local foundation, not government, that goes out and actually helps. They've been helping over 3,000 homeless veterans and families because I don't trust Zoran Mandami. I don't trust the government. I don't trust NGOs. They don't make things better. They don't help people.
Exactly.
And so I'm directly helping them by getting this money to them.
Great. All right. You know what? I got a comment here from Lunaire64. And he's reminding us of something, particularly me, because I kind of forget to say this part. We want to hit algorithm. Like, comment, and share. Absolutely. Get the word out. If you're watching this right now, share it. Come back afterwards. Comment on it. If you're watching later on today, Al Gore's rhythm. He has Al Gore's got rhythm. But the algorithm absolutely loves when you come back when the show's over and make a comment. And Michael, no, I do that a lot in your show. You know what I do, Mike? Is I generally watch shows in the morning. Now, Sunday night, Don and I are having dinner. We'll put you on. A lot of times I watch in the morning when I'm getting ready for work, and things like that. And that's when I stop and I go, oh, I gotta comment. That's why you'll see my comments a lot of times
well, it's not that unusual. I mean, I got a long show and I have a lot of things that different people find interesting. And what I tend to, some people listen to me as they go to sleep. Some people want to, when they're driving into work or coming back home from work, their football team has got the week off or they're losing, whatever the reason, I don't mind. And I love comments. And when I'm doing interviews like this, I do come back and I do check, like, did someone leave me a comment? Did someone ask me a question? I love that, folks. And I will, and you know this, whether it's on my channel or other channels, if people are asking me a question, I do respond.
Yeah. I gotta go. Let's go back to you said you were a stockbroker, so you were in New York City doing that?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was working for Lehman Brothers from 96 to 03. When were you down there?
Oh God. Part of the time when you were down there, I was down there at, what was it? 90. God, I got to remember now. Definitely from 96 into 2001. Might have been 94, right in there. Because it was right after I came back. I came back from Russia, went to California, broke my leg, came back to New York, and then became a stockbroker. So that time was a little hazy. I had a lot of moving going on in my life.
Yeah. So who'd you work for?
A couple of small firms that nobody knows about except the FBI. There's a whole story to that. But I did wind up, the last firm, and the firm I spent most of my time with, was a company called West Rock Advisors.
Okay.
Good guys. Very good guys. Good firm. We were in the Helmsley building in 2001.
I remember it.
Yeah. And great guys. Don, if you're watching the show, I never forget about you, Don. You're always a good guy. He helped me a lot. And that was a good firm.
Awesome. Yeah, Lehman was great.
You were
they
with
got
the
a
big
lot.
guys. You were with the big guys, with the big.
I was the big guy, but we didn't consider ourselves. We were a bulge bracket firm, but we weren't like the the Goldman Sachs of the world. But absolutely, yeah, we were. But we were a little bit more frugal in the way we spent our money. And of course, the CEO Dick Fuld ticked off a lot of people, which is why they went under. Because when he made the phone calls for help, they were like, "We're not picking up." That was actually in a movie. Was it the second movie, the Greed is Good movie?
Oh yeah. With
Wall Street
Greco.
Yeah.
What's his name doing Greco?
Yeah.
They
I'm
did
not great with stories.
Yeah.
But I think it was in the second movie because I think that happened. I think they were going through the collapse in that second movie, and the Smith, not the Smith Barney guys, they went out like Lehman Brothers did, but the Goldman Sachs guys had friends in DC, and Dick Fuld was the name of the CEO. I mean, I met him quite a few times, talked to him in elevators. Always a fine guy. I'm sure he has no clue who I was. I was a librarian back in those days, the word is he picked up the phone, looked for help, and they didn't get it. But I was far gone by then, which I always think is a lesson for folks that, if I work for you, don't get rid of me, because then your company just goes under.
Fair warning. There you go.
Better believe it. So yeah, you also touched on, I want to hear about Moscow. So when were you living there, and what is it like to live? Well, when were you live? Was it the Soviet Union? When were you living there?
Oh no, it was the Soviet Union. That was back in 91. I was there for a year and a half. So 91 into 92, I was living in Moscow. So let me be clear. I wasn't working for the government. It wasn't part of my time in the military. I was already out by then.
All right.
No, this is private citizen working for a private business that doesn't exist anymore. Intelligent Logic. And we were over there doing international trade. Clothing, gold, wood, resources, in import and export. That's the whole thing. And I was the U.S. representative of the company in Moscow. And I spent a lot of time in Soviet Georgia and in Riga. And so I had a good amount, a year and a half. And during that time, this is the time when there was the RFGC. They were the hardline communists who were trying to stop Mikhail Gorbachev from trying to transition Russia into what we're seeing now, a more capitalist society, giving up on the communism and the socialism. And they didn't like that because they had a lot of huge power base, and that includes Putin. So I lived there through that. I got to see the tanks actually roll down the streets. It was a very, very unique time, very difficult. It was one of the worst places. It was known to many of the expatriates, expats. If you live outside your country, you're called an expat or an expatriate. And for everyone who lived and worked in Moscow, it was considered by the diplomats one of the worst non-combat places to live in the world. It was incredibly depressing. And most people took vacations back home or anywhere else in the world every 3 months. I stayed there for a year and a half. Probably went a little crazy too. But it was
a little character, Mike.
It was, oh my God, it was something else. And so I lived through the coup in Moscow. That was a little, there's a whole lot of stories about that. Had an escape plan. My mother tried to beat up the office because she thought they were making me stay. I had actually volunteered to stay, and I was one of the few people. Here's something that a lot of people don't know. So imagine you wake up one morning, you hear on your radio a song, a classical song, which usually means that the leader of your country is dead.
Oh, I've heard things like that. Yeah.
Okay. Now you hear that, all of a sudden your driver picks you up and goes, something's wrong. The roads are cut off. Now you're in the capital of your country. The roads are cut off. Don't know what's happening. Something's bad. You get into the office. Everybody in the office is whispering and saying, something's wrong. I can't call anyone. I can't call out of Moscow. I can't call to other parts of the country. And then we get the word. A coup is in. Gorbachev has been taken. He may be dead. The hardliners are going to take everyone who is a foreigner. They're going to put you in a gulag, which is a death sentence.
Yes.
If you're a spy, whether or not you are, they're going to consider you a spy, and they're going to kill every business that worked with the expatriates that were allowed in by Gorbachev.
Now, what year was this?
This was 91.
Okay, I remember watching this on CNN, actually. That's why I asked that.
It was happening real for me. And so that's the message we got that morning. I tried to make phone calls. To my knowledge, I spent over 8 hours trying to make phone calls. I was the only person I am aware of to actually get a phone call back to the United States. No one else was able to do it. I got lucky that the connection, I don't know what they were doing, but somehow the connection went through. I was talking to an international operator. I had tried a couple different ways to do it. I got an international operator. I'm like, okay, you cannot hang up on me. I have been on this phone for hours trying to get any connection out. If you hang up, I may never be able to call again. The city is under a coup. I need to get messages to America. I have a list of people. We're going to try every one of those numbers until some human being picks up the phone so that I can talk to them about what's going on over here and what I'm planning to do. By the way, there's about a 15 hour time difference between Moscow and East Coast, USA.
Mm-hmm.
And we literally were going down a list. So it's about 7 a.m. People were just going out to work, so they weren't home. I eventually found my ex-fiance's aunt and got her on the phone. Poor woman, terrified her. Poor woman. Because I'm like, look, I don't know how long I've got. This call can cut at any moment. Grab a pen. You have to take a bunch of messages right now. I don't have time to speak. I'm in a coup. I don't know what's going to happen next. These are the things you got to say to these people. And I got a message from my business, my mom, to my ex-fiance, a couple of people, gave them messages and said, okay, that's it. Hope you're going to be okay. Sorry to dump this on you. Do it right now because there may not be a later. Sorry to put that on you. Gotta go. Click. I always felt so bad for her.
Yeah.
Because it was just a whole lot of pressure.
But did you talk to her afterwards? Like, did she say like I was going crazy when you were on the phone with me, or?
I wasn't going crazy. Luckily, because of the way I was trained with the Marine Corps, I tend to get very, very calm in crisis.
Yes.
You just go into that mindset, that military.
Yeah.
That's what the military training's for. Is when things get hectic and panic. I think firefighters and police officers, people who deal with crisis situations, they're trained and they go into a different mode. You just snap into that rather than actually thinking about your emotions. And you tend to go into that mode. So I was fine. In fact, here's a neat thing for people. If you ever are in a crisis and I'm around, if you see me run, don't stop and ask questions. Run.
That's like I feel like when you're on a plane. If you see the flight attendants panic, you really know you're in trouble.
Exactly. So I mean, that's just a little bit of Moscow.
So was that when you almost got murdered during that, or is that a different?
I've almost been killed a couple dozen times.
Okay. Well, let's focus on one. You were saying the other day on one of your shows that you were with some friends who had taught you a couple of words, and that basically saved your life.
Oh, that was in Soviet Georgia in Tbilisi. I was in Tbilisi. The company was trying to expand, and we were going to build a casino, believe it or not.
Oh.
And that required that we had to do business with the secret police, the government, and gangs. That's just the way they operate over there. And this is in Soviet Georgia, what we call Soviet Georgia. Gruzia is the word in Russian.
Okay.
And they have their own language. They're their own people. They have their own language. And they're not all just Russians.
They don't speak Russian.
Russian's a second language to them.
Okay.
They have their own national language, Gruzin, and it's very different. And I was learning it. I was being taught by some of the people we were making all the deals with how to speak that language. It was very difficult. And at that point, I had conversational knowledge of Russian. So I could go and travel without my translator and I could live. And I did that all by ear. I just learned by ear because you have to. That's the best way to learn. If I didn't learn, I'd starve. I'd bring my translator everywhere I go. Volodya was a good guy, but he couldn't go everywhere. So we had gone out. We had just had a meeting about part of the deal. We were in the only 4-star, 5-star hotel in the entire country, which was just outside the capital of Tbilisi, which had about 1 million people or so in it, about fourth of the entire population of the country. And so we were coming back. It was late at night, and we didn't know that a group had decided that there was going to be a paramilitary group had decided that there was going to be a curfew. Not everyone knew that. And they had blockaded the road back into the city.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Was it a Democratic government at this time?
Hell no.
So it wasn't. So Soviet Georgia wasn't democratic at this time. What year was it?
This was 91.
This is 91.
The president was Komsomolets. He was basically a puppet of the Soviet government. There was a uprising of students, and they wanted democracy. They didn't really know what the hell that meant, but they wanted something different than socialism. They wanted to get away from Russia, which they really couldn't do too much. So you had that civil war brewing. And these guys, the paramilitary group, were part of that bubbling up of a civil war about to happen.
Gotcha.
So they stopped us, and we had a member of the secret police in the car with us, and he knew them, kind of. He knew about them anyway. So they stopped the car. We're all drunk, all of us. Me probably more than them, because even with a good tolerance, they could outdrink me every day of the week. And he goes out and he says, okay, stay in the car, guys, hang up. So the secret police officer goes over. He's talking to what apparently was the captain or the officer of that group. And by the way, they're kitted out with real assault weapons. We're talking about they had a Jeep mounted machine gun. And everyone's got their rifles. This is real military. not what the make-believe Democrats think are assault weapons. So we're in true danger. And they talk back and forth for a couple of minutes. It's a little tense. Secret police officer and the captain come over, said, Mike, get out the car. Open up the door. I'm going to sit in the back seat. Open up the back seat. Mike, get up. Come here. So I get up. I'm like, what? Mind you, this is all going on in Russian at this moment. No English. Everyone's talking Russian. So I'm like, yeah, what's going on? I get out. I'm, wobbly and everything. He goes,
yeah, right. Feeling good, right?
Yeah, I'm awake. And he goes, talk to this guy. He says, talk to him in Georgian. So I go, Mengrel. No, excuse me. He says, Mengrel. I said, Mujorik. Si Mujorik. Now that sounds very simple. Basically, he said, how you doing? I said, I'm fine. Are you fine too? That's all it is. Mujorik, si Mujorik. That's it. But because I said it, and I said it with the correct accent, because that is Soviet Georgian, he broke out laughing. This was the funniest thing in his world. He thought I was an African, didn't know I was an American, said, wait a minute. And then they told him, no, he's an American doing this. So I'm an American who can speak with a Moscow accent, who knows how to speak Georgian in Georgia just before a civil war that was just having a bunch of drinks at the hotel. This is the most humorous thing he's seen in his entire week. This is a funny moment for him. And this drunk guy is actually able to say this. He laughs so hard, say, get in the car, get out of here. Don't come back out because the roads are closed. And so we drive back. When they get me to my office, they're talking to my bodyguard, and then they tell me that if I wasn't able to have said that, they were going to die. We were all going to die. They were going to kill us because we were out after curfew. And the answer was kill them.
Wow.
So I saved everyone's life.
That's amazing. Were you sober enough to comprehend that? Because you said you drank a lot. Or did it just kind of like, it wasn't until the next morning when you woke up and you went, holy smokes, we all
No, it was a couple hours later. I had to sober
hours later
to really comprehend how close to death I was.
Gosh, that's unbelievable. And if that guy wasn't good natured, even though he was a part of a coup, right? He was a part of the curfew. If you had somebody he had to have a good nature. If you didn't have a good natured person, they wouldn't have laughed, and you probably would have been dead. I mean, it was so circumstantial.
If they weren't able to understand that I was actually an American, if they thought I was an African, which would have meant I was a socialist, they would have killed us all.
Wow.
But because of the accent I had, the difference, I don't look African, I look American. So I stood out. They could believe I wasn't just an exchange student from an African country. That had a lot to do with it. And if it weren't for that, they would have never given us the option to try and test me, to get the joke, to then get out. So it was a very, very unique set of circumstances. And literally, if any one of those things didn't go perfect, we would have died. In fact, it's probably better that I was drunk and didn't really understand what was happening at that moment. Otherwise, I don't know how I would have reacted, and it may not have gone off as well.
Right. No panic, right?
Yeah. No panic whatsoever. I barely knew what was happening. I was like, why am I asking him this? Just do it. Okay. Whatever.
Yeah. Right. That's cool. I'm not cool, but I mean, you were lucky that it went that way. So you lived in Moscow, you almost got murdered, you were a stockbroker, and you ended up being homeless twice, and a Marine, not gonna forget that, and still a Marine. Once a Marine, always a Marine.
Always.
And then you ended up being homeless twice. Now, were you homeless? Let's tie this into running for office. Were you homeless before, after running for office? Like, how did all that come about?
Oh, no. After I came back from Moscow, came back to the United States, I went to California for a while. A friend of mine was trying to start a business. And, oh God, what was the name of that? Something House. I forget. We were trying to create a movie studio, just a small movie studio. And we tried to buy the Valencia's film studios in Valencia, California, just outside of LA.
Yeah, I know of it.
Okay. And we were going to buy it. We were real close to buying it. And in that process, we had a group of people. We had some foreign investors who wound up being, the problem was the foreign investors, as we later found out. They weren't good people. But I had thrown everything into this deal.
Yeah.
We had everything on paper. We had commitments for movies. We had commitments for lights, film rights, post editing. We had everything in place. We just needed the investors to have their money clear to be, because they were sending an international wire. So it had to be cleared by the US government so the bank could take it and we take the property. I was actually living on the property at the time because I had put everything into this. Me and a couple of guys were actually living on the property because we put everything into this deal. And the US government denied the money because of the group behind the money. They were mafia. And so they said, no, they're not going to let the mafia own Valencia Studios in California.
Yeah.
That was just not going to happen. We didn't know that because they had covered their tracks. This was like the legal arm of the mafia. This is how they were cleaning their money. And we would have helped them to clean even more money. We didn't know that, but that's what it turns out. And so when that fell apart, I lost everything. I had nowhere to go. State came in, said, you got to get off the property. Someone else, the bank took it over. We couldn't stay there, obviously. I had nowhere to go. So I went back. I was in Hollywood, actual Hollywood. And I was living on the street. And I was going to sleep. There's a church on Orange Street. And there's a church there. And those churches, this is in 93, as I recall. So this is about 1993. And if you were asleep on the church step, and then there's the vestibule, the housing for the priests and the nuns that are right next door. I don't know what they call that exactly. So if you're on the steps of either of those from sunset until sunrise, the police will not arrest you. They will not bother you. Unless you do something stupid, you're not going to get arrested. And everyone who's homeless knew that. So starting at about sunset, people would go to sleep. Now, the main church entrance and the main church steps, that was controlled. I mean, there was a whole homeless community, and there's hierarchy, and there are groups and factions within and all that. And I didn't know anybody or anything about that. So I couldn't go there. And say hi. See? He's okay. Yes. See, he's doing better. Say hi. Hi. Say hi. Look in the camera. Say hi. Okay? Okay? All right. Well, all right, folks. All right, let's make sure. So I'm back. For those who didn't notice why we took the break a little bit early, my puppy was jumping up to get in my lap. And he does that every so often while we're in the show. And he jumped up and he caught his foot. And he twisted it. Yes, that is my dog, Khan. And he caught his foot and he twisted it a little bit. And so that's why he yelped. That's why you heard him scream, because he hurt his foot. But we just I was checking the foot. Nothing's broken, apparently. And we just went out and we did a quick walk. He seems to be fine. I'll get him. I got to go to the doctor, the vet, tomorrow and get him checked out, make sure that his nails are okay. But he seems all right. So my dog, as much as I love doing the live stream and I love talking with everyone, I love my dog more. So that's why we had to stop and take a break real quick. All right. That being said, I hope you were enjoying the interview. You can see the whole interview with me and Charles. If you go onto the channel tomorrow, I will be speaking with him at 7 o'clock. So you can check that out as well. Where did I leave off? We were talking about the online social media. We're talking about, where is it? There it is. We were talking about censorship and the Online Safety Act, the AI age verification of Google, how they're going too far. And again, if a mega corporation like Google is concerned, if Google is saying this is way too much, Google loves to suppress the unapproved messages. They've gotten rid of between 5 to 10 million small channels on YouTube in this year alone. They are removing people left and right for the unapproved messages, whether it's in entertainment or it's in politics, it doesn't matter. If you're not saying exactly what they want you to say, if you're not saying what will help Democrats get elected, Google is more than happy to use YouTube and their algorithms to destroy you, to eliminate your voice online. And if they're saying that this next phase of the Online Safety Act, of the AI age verification, if the next stage of the censorship is so bad that they can't stomach it, you are in big trouble. That is bad for everyone. And more politicians are falling in line and saying, nope, this is a great idea. I love it. And they just want to go with it. And that terrifies me. That truly terrifies me. So if you didn't see the whole thing, go back to before the break and you'll see me covering that pretty much entirely. But that's a lot of the breaking news there. So I wanted to get into the main episode itself. Believe it or not, we were on for over an hour. We just got out of the breaking news and we're getting into the actual show, believe it or not. I told you, I'm gregarious. We go into details. We cover the issue. And again, you don't have to agree with me. That's not a requirement. I'm not a Democrat. Just because I have a great suntan and it's always there doesn't mean that you have to agree. You should, but you don't have to. So let me go to an issue that I thought was kind of interesting. And what you're seeing here is, you probably heard news earlier today, massive blackout throughout all of California. And I thought it was pretty funny that there was a blackout, not because 130,000, 125,000 people lost their power. Matter of fact, let me show you. I know some sources are saying it's 130. Some are saying it's 125. This is a local channel out in, what is this? This is KTVU, Channel 2, out in San Francisco. And they're reporting, and they say that there was 125,000 people who had no power in San Francisco. And they're kind of telling a different story. Depending on which news source you're going to, they'll tell you that, well, there was a power outage at 9 a.m., and then there was a second power outage at 10:10 in the morning, and then there was a fire at one of the power stations that was at 2 or 4 p.m., and then that's the reason why that San Francisco lost power. It's because, well, there was a fire. That was half a day after the power had already gone out. The fire which a lot of people are blaming and saying, well, it's not it's the equipment. It wasn't because of green energy. It wasn't because of the solar and wind power. No, no, no. It wasn't any of the things that the left have been fighting for that failed. No, no. It was because of the equipment, because there was a fire. That is a lie. Anyone who tells you that doesn't know what they're talking about. They're pushing an agenda. They're not paying attention to the details. Because if you actually pay attention to the time frame, we know this started at, even here, you can see in their news brief, it started at 9:40 a.m. with another outage at 10:10 a.m. And then the fire happened at 4:15 in the afternoon. That's like 8 hours later, 6 hours later, about 6 hours later. So it wasn't because of equipment. This was because they don't have enough power. And we see this a lot. Remember, over the summer in California, they had a bunch of brownouts, constantly brownouts throughout the entire state. And they were stopping people. If you had an electric vehicle, remember, they said you have to have an electric vehicle because climate change, you got to protect the climate. That's the number one issue. Now, how many times did you hear that from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? How many times have you heard that from the eco fanatics on the progressive movement? You got to protect the government. You got to protect the environment. By the way, Bill Gates told you that was a lie. Bill Gates has come out this year and said, nope, that's a lie. They over-exaggerated. It's not true. That's Bill Gates telling you that. Who's the guy who's helping to fund a lot of this leftist mania, this fear-mongering that allowed the government to take more control from you, to take away choices from you, to force you to comply and obey. This is because California said, oh, we've got to go over to solar and wind. That's the only answer, and it failed. And they want to do this across the entire nation. New York State's trying to adopt the same policies on energy that California has. And San Francisco went blackout. They lost all their power because solar and wind doesn't work. In fact, it's so obvious that back on December 4th of this year, here is an article from Cal Matters. Again, we always like to use left-leaning sources as much as possible. Wind, water, solar aren't enough. Nuclear power is the answer. And this is true for New York. This is true for California. It's true for the United States. If you go over and you look at Germany, they're learning this lesson right now. Nuclear power is what they need. They went to wind. They went to solar. They had the same problem that's happening in California. Not enough energy. It doesn't work. And their people are being harmed by this. No, nuclear is the problem, is the solution. You know who has nuclear power? You know how we know this is correct? Because as much as Europe wants to say you need to use solar and wind, France, 70% of the power for France comes from nuclear power plants. Oh, they leave that out as they say, oh, the climate change summit, the CO2, COP summit, green energy summit that they have every year. They always leave out France. Yeah, they get all their power from nuclear, not from solar, not from wind. Their 70% of all their electricity comes from nuclear. But they don't tell anyone else to build nuclear power plants. In fact, Germany, because of the EU, they had to turn their nuclear power plants off. Their coal power plants were turned off because they were going to wind and solar, and it failed. It didn't work. They turned into California. It doesn't work in California. California doesn't want any they won't have nuclear power plants, and instead they get brownouts. They get to turn off your electric car. You can't charge it. You can't use your electricity because the government will turn it off because they don't have enough power. And that's before we talk about building AI data centers. That's before we have the population continue to grow. It doesn't work. They're lying to your face again and again. Why? Because a bunch of donors, a bunch of their buddies, own the wind and solar. You know why wind was such a big thing? Why so much money was taken from your taxes and given to solar companies and wind companies. Nancy Pelosi owned $250,000 in wind energy stocks. $250,000. At the same time, she was promoting wind energy for the entire country. Those wind energy stocks soared. They tripled in value. At a minimum, tripled in value. What an odd occurrence. Isn't that just curious? She has $250,000 in stock that happens to be in wind energy, and she's a proponent, she's an advocate for wind energy in the Congress, forcing that into laws across this country, subsidizing with your tax dollars, paying for wind companies to be able to exist, even though it doesn't work. Now you can tell me, Mike, but I want clean energy. I want the planet to be clean. Fantastic. Talk to China, talk to India, talk to Africa. That's the answer. You want a cleaner planet? It's not the United States. We're not the problem. We're the solution. We have reduced more greenhouse gases than all of Europe and England combined by 3 times. 3 times more reduction in greenhouse gases than all of Europe. We're talking about 15 countries and England combined. We're the solution. We've done more than any other country on the planet to reduce greenhouse gases since 2015. And we are outdone. All of the greenhouse gases that we have reduced and eliminated in America has been in 1 year replaced and surpassed by China alone. And then there's India, which does the same amount, pretty much the same amount of pollution, greenhouse gases, as China does. And then you have a dozen different African nations that are also putting out more pollution than the United States is able to reduce in a year. We're not the problem. We're the solution. But somehow the progressives, the green movement, they forget to mention that to you because they make money off of this. They get to have political clout. Greta Thunberg gets to travel around the world in first class. She gets to take trips everywhere. She gets paid to speak and to show up and say, shame on you. She gets paid to wag her finger and point at you and say, you're not doing enough, even though America has done more than every other country on the planet. And then when we see places like California that buy into this crap 100%, they fail every single time because it wasn't actually based on science. It's not based on, are we ready? Is this a realistic alternative at this moment? It's not. The answer is we need a new electric grid. We got to make actually better batteries. We need better solar panels, better wind panels. We need better water. We're not ready. But we're being forced into this. In New York State, you got to switch all your stoves to electric by 2030. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. You're committing a crime. That's ridiculous. And we're not ready. We don't have enough electric power now. If you ask the Department of Energy in New York State, do we have enough electricity going to 2035? They will tell you, no, we're short by 7%. 7%, that's starting in 2032. And it only gets worse year after year. That's the truth. That's the reality. Wind power and solar. Again, this is from California, Cal Matters. This is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, as they claim. And they'll tell you, even with vastly expanded battery storage capabilities to smooth things out, the match is poor. California will sometimes generate renewable energy in abundance, but grid operators still face tough choices such as disconnecting generators when there's too much sun and little demand or firing up fossil-based fuel turbines when there's no sun or no wind. It doesn't work. They go on to say, during much of the year, especially in late summer and throughout December and January, that's right now, solar and wind power will meet demand for some hours, but not enough excess to charge their batteries. They don't have the power. California might generate as much energy from wind and sun as it uses overall, but not when it's needed. Oh, they make a lot of energy. They just don't use it. And it's not there when they need it. It's not on demand. So we have all this power. No one's using it. The batteries can't store it. We don't have it. It's wasted. It is useless. To keep power flowing, the state will actually need up to 80 gigawatts. If you don't know, that is an enormous amount of power. That is a ridiculous amount of power. Most houses run on maybe 100 kilowatts of electricity. That's it. That's a month. 100 kilowatts, maybe 120. That's the average house. We're talking about 80 gigawatts. And the risks are repeated shortfalls. 80 gigawatts is enormous. California's current peak demand is 52. But in 2050, millions of electric vehicles, then you've got the heat pumps that they're trying to make everyone transfer into, and data centers, they don't have enough power. They don't have enough power. And that's why San Francisco went dark. And that's why in the summer, the entire state was going dark. And why they turned off people's electric cars. Whether you had to go to work or not, they automatically, the government, the same government that's supposed to protect you, the same government that's going to help you, the same government that told you you had to buy the electric vehicle or you're the bad guy and you're hurting the planet, they're the same ones that said, oh, you don't get to go to work. You don't get to go to the grocery store. You don't get to pick up your kids. You don't get to go to the hospital or your doctors or your veterinarian. You don't get to go anywhere because they arbitrarily, on their own, turned off your computer, your car remotely. They just turned it off. They didn't tell you. They didn't warn you. They just said, we're turning it off now because we're the government and we have control. The California government said, we're in charge of your life, and whatever you were going to do is not as important as we're going to turn off your power. Period. Done. But you did everything they asked. And it still didn't work. Same thing as what we're seeing in California. It's happening again. And oh my God, why is it happening now? December and January, they need more power. Now imagine in a really cold state, like New York State, where we don't have as much sun, where we don't have as much wind, and we have a lot more people, and we have far colder weather, and we need more energy on demand on a regular basis. And you have Kathy Hochul and the Democrats, AOC, they're all saying, oh, no, we just need solar and wind, even though it doesn't work, even though it's not enough. But you can't consider, what about thorium? Nuclear, stage 4 nuclear power plants, the safest power plants we've ever seen. Oh, no, you can't do that. Why not? It's cleaner than solar. It's cleaner than coal. It's cleaner than wind. It's the cleanest energy that we have ever found to date. Nothing creates as much energy with as little problem. Not saying it's perfect, but it is the safest, cleanest energy we know of. And the answer is no. Why? Because nuclear doesn't have as good a marketing team as wind and solar. Nuclear doesn't have the same kind of democratic backup because nuclear doesn't employ as many people as solar and wind. And that means the unions aren't in, and they don't have as much power, and they don't donate as much money to the Democrats as wind and solar do. And so, therefore, wind and solar is a bigger priority. Even though they're less clean and they're not reliable, and they wind up hurting you. It's just the truth, folks. That's all it is. It's just the truth. Oh, we got a comment here, and I want to thank Phil. Came in with a super chat of $5. Thank you, Phil. We really appreciate that. By the way, $2.50 of that super chat, half the proceeds we receive, are going to be donated to the Jericho Project to help the homeless, to help those in need, families in need, and our veterans, January 2026. So thank you for the super chat. And Phil says, why are Democrats so obsessed with electricity? Heating and cooling is the biggest part of our energy consumption. Waste heat can be used to cool. Well, that's what the heat pumps are about. They're supposed to use the waste heat and use that to warm our homes. Except it's not energy efficient. It's not the best system out there, and it's very expensive to install. But also, we're getting our electricity. The biggest problem in that whole process is electricity. Everyone always likes to think, well, a car, you put gas in the car and therefore that's dirty. And if I plug my car into a battery, well, that's clean. No, because the electricity comes from where? A solar plant. That's not clean. Or a wind turbine. That's not clean. Or it's a coal plant, which is about the same as a solar or wind farm. When you actually do all the math and you actually look at it, they're about the same. So that's why Democrats are so into it. They have control over wind. They have control over solar. And they have convinced people that that's the way to make the planet clean. Again, United States is already doing it. We're already making the planet cleaner. We've already been leading the world on that. But this is a way to get people to obey. So when they say you can't eat red meat anymore because cows, they have too many farts, that's methane, it goes into the air, and that's greenhouse gas, so you can't have your burgers anymore. Instead, you can eat bugs. You think I'm laughing. You think that's a joke. Have you talked to some of these green fanatics, these eco fanatics? Have you talked to the green energy? Ask AOC. AOC came up with the new Green Deal. And the new Green Deal said that we have to reduce the number of cows and we have to capture their farts so we can use the methane energy. I am not making this up. That we have to capture the methane, the farts of cows, so we can use the methane as a fuel source. Literally, she said this. She put it in paper. She tried to pass it as a law. That's the Green New Deal. You're going to power your house on cow farts. That's what she wrote. That's the bill she said. Can you imagine that? Obviously, no one could. That's why the Green New Deal failed miserably. It's stupid. Another part of the Green New Deal was to build a train that could go from New York to Hawaii. Sounds like a great idea. Well, you're doing okay from New York to California if you could build the railway. You can't, but if you could, maybe that makes some sense. But from California to Hawaii, there's one little problem that you have to deal with, something that AOC didn't think was a big deal because she had the big brain from Brown University. She's got a degree. She's a genius. She's so brilliant. She forgot water. There's an ocean. And that ocean, we can't build a train over. Forget about the tsunamis, forget about the hurricanes, forget about the tidal waves and just the motion of waves in the ocean. Forget all of that stuff. We just can't build a train We can't build a train that deep. That's the Marianas Trench. That's thousands of feet, miles, dozens of miles down to reach the floor to build a trestle, to build the supports of the train so that we can have the tracks going. You cannot build a train. I mean, this is a sci-fi movie. Yes, Snowpiercer was a decent movie. Maybe you saw it. It's a sci-fi movie. And in that sci-fi movie, they have a train that can travel across the entire planet, circles the entire planet, goes across the oceans, it goes all across the continents. Most of the oceans, by the way, are frozen, so they have something to build on. But yeah, guess what? That's a movie. That's not science. That's not reality. Apparently, AOC and her staff didn't realize Snowpiercer was a movie, and it was using movie logic and movie science, not real science. So they thought we could build a train from New York going all the way to Hawaii across an ocean. This is the green movement. It doesn't make sense fundamentally. At its core, it is illogical at best. Fair enough. So I wanted to talk about that because a lot of people heard about California and the brownout, and they're being misinformed and being told, well, this is because of fire, it's because mechanical failure. No, it's because green energy doesn't work. That's the answer. That's the truth. Okay. But let's talk about something a little bit lighter, something not as tough. And for all of my friends in Gen Z, this is for you. This is news about Gen Z, and I was amazed by this. I saw this, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. This couldn't be true. I saw it, and I thought I was looking at a meme, and I said, this has to be a meme. This has to be made up. This can't be real. There is a thing right now. For those in my audience who are older, you'll see what I'm talking about. Gen Z is turning their kitchen into a trendy home cafe, and it's saving them big bucks. That's the article. This is coming from Restaurant Wear, but you can look this up on TikTok. It's a trend there. There's a hashtag for it, which is called home cafes. It is a thing. This is the new fad amongst Gen Z, the youth that are going to be taking over and running our country as we start retiring. When I retire, Gen Z is going to be in charge, and they just figured out a home cafe. Do you know what a home cafe is? For those in my audience, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds. What's a home cafe? Matter of fact, I'm going to type this in. Hang on a second. Okay, so I just typed it into the comments. Let me put this here. So before I go any further, there's the comment on the screen. Home cafe. Do you know what it is? If you don't, and you have a kid, you have a child, a friend, a neighbor, whatever, that's Gen Z, ask them right now. Send them a text real quick. What's a home cafe? Can you tell me what a home cafe is? Because I guarantee you, if you're older like me, you're looking at this going, home cafe? What the hell are you talking about? Doesn't make any sense. I want you to think about that. I need about 30 seconds. I'm going to leave this on the screen, and I'm coming right back. 30 seconds. Okay, I was wrong. It was about a minute, minute and a half. Okay. So Gracie says a home cafe, it's so they can make their coffee lattes at home. Were you reading the article ahead of time, Gracie? Were you reading that ahead of time? It's so they can make their coffee lattes at home. Maybe they just didn't figure it out, but they can finally afford it. Here is the thing. And I find this mind bending to me. What's going on with Gen Z? So instead of going over to Starbucks or whatever all the time to spend $9 for a cup of coffee, which I've never understood, $9 for a cup of coffee, Gen Z has just figured out this bright idea that you can make a cup of coffee in your house, that you can buy coffee beans and grind them up, or you can just get the ground coffee beans. You get a coffee maker in your house and you can make coffee. If you want, you can get espresso beans and you can put it in an espresso maker and you can make espresso in your house. And if you want to be that kind of social person, if you want, you can also go online and show people that you're having coffee in your house. And it won't cost you $9 a cup of coffee. Even if you're streaming as you're having your morning cup of coffee and reading the news or catching up on my live stream, and you're listening to the live stream as you're getting ready to go to work and to get in your car, and you're having your cup of coffee, and you can do that all online. And they just figured out that they can do that. This is a home cafe. It makes no sense to me. I swore that this was fake news. This could not be real. It is real. It's true. It is really true. Gen Z, you guys, you amaze me. These are the same kids who can't cook. And for those in Gen Z, let me be fair. About half of Gen Z is socialist. And about half of Gen Z are conservatives. And I'm pretty sure the conservatives know how to make coffee in their house. And I'm pretty sure half of Gen Z, the conservatives, they can cook without having a YouTube video showing step by step how to make rice. I'm not kidding. There are actual videos on YouTube that are step by step instructions on how to make rice, how to make pasta, spaghetti. That's for Gen Z because they don't know how to do it. They literally burn, they can almost burn water. This is amazing to me. And I hate to pick on Gen Z. Not that a lot of them watch my channel, and they should, but it's just, this is mind-boggling to me that they never realized you don't have to spend $9 for a cup of coffee. That it just because it says Starbucks doesn't mean that it's any different than any other cup of coffee you can get from anywhere else for $1.50. And that's even too much because you can make it at home, it'll cost you 50 cents. Blew my mind. Blew my mind. I was sitting there just going, I'm way too old. I'm just way too old because I never go to Starbucks and I drink a ton of coffee. I mean, I drink a ton of coffee. I drink coffee all day long. I don't drink beer like I used to. And I don't drink soda like I used to. And I drink coffee instead. I go through, 3 or 4 pots of coffee a day, which is probably more coffee than I probably should, but 3 or 4 pots of coffee a day. And I've never, I never go to Starbucks. You'll never see me go in there and go, I got to get a latte and whatever. My Italian isn't good enough to be able to go into Starbucks and buy one of their frappe, choco, mocha, whatever the hell's. I can't do it. I can't do it. Because if I want, you know what? Here's a secret. If you are having one of these home cafes. This is a new trend. You can go, you want to get famous, you want to go and get a big audience, make a bunch of money really cheap on YouTube or on TikTok, create a home cafe. Here's the secret. You're going to have a cup of coffee, and when you're getting ready to make your cup of coffee, put in a packet of hot chocolate. And you put the hot chocolate in before you pour the water and your coffee into the mug. So when you've got your coffee, before you put it in, you put in the hot chocolate. Then you put in your coffee. Stir it around. You now have a mocha, cappuccino, frappe, coca, whatever you want to call it. And there's your specialty. It's hot chocolate with coffee. By the way, if you've never put hot chocolate in coffee, you're missing out. I enjoy it. That's what I do sometimes. Hot day, if I want something a little different than just coffee, I'll put in a packet of hot chocolate. I'll put in my coffee, stir it around. Don't need creamer at that point, but sometimes I still do. And you stir that up, and there you go. I've got a mocha coffee, whatever they call it. But I got hot chocolate and coffee together. It's a great mix. Works out fantastic. This is now something that you can do in your home cafe. You'll get tens of thousands, maybe millions of hits. If you happen to be a young woman or just an attractive woman with a big breast, you will make millions of views having a hot chocolate pouring hot cocoa, hot chocolate mix into a cup, pouring a cup of coffee, stirring it around and say, "Welcome to my cafe," and just drink the coffee, and you'll get 1 million views on TikTok, I think. I would do it myself, but I'm a man. And nobody wants to watch a man, especially a guy with a little bit more gray, that I'm going to go and have a hot chocolate or a coffee. They're not going to sit there and watch me drink a cup of coffee. It's just not exciting. But if you happen to be a young woman or a woman that happens to be a little bit ample in the chest, and you wear a low-cut V, you too can make 1 million views on TikTok and get paid. What is wrong with this system? We have failed our kids. By the way, I'm not joking about that. I guarantee you, if there's any woman in my audience who has ample cleavage, do it. Make a short video of just you pouring in some hot cocoa and pouring in some coffee, maybe a little whipped cream that you accidentally falls onto your chest, and you just take your fingers and lick up the cream and get it off and just lick it, and you're wearing a low-cut V, and drink the coffee. 1.5-minute video. You will get 1 million views. I am absolutely sure of it. I wish I could do that. I wish life was so biased, so, oh my God, the misogyny. I wish there was so much, I wish I could get away with that and get paid for that. I can't. I wish I could get paid to have a cup of coffee and have people send me money. The Jericho Project wishes that I could get paid to do that so I could donate to the Jericho Project. It's just not possible. But anyone, Gen Z, you're telling me I can't get a job, I can't make any money, I can't. If you're a woman, you just got that resolved. It's not even, I'm not even talking OnlyFans. It's not that. I'm talking about just having a home cafe and drinking coffee. It's ridiculous. I can't believe it. Gracie says, the problem is they got spoiled, Gen Z we're talking about, with all of the sorts of flavors and choices. And when they are still living with mom and dad, they can afford all of this stupid stuff. Yes. Yes. Gracie goes on to say, I'm a wimp. I can't handle the bitterness and temperature of a fresh cup of coffee. I do like the mocha, though. Gracie, you can do this. Go ahead and do it. You know what? I hope every woman in my audience every woman who is watching this program or this clip of the program, I hope every single one of them goes out and does my take your hot chocolate powder, put it into a cup, pour yourself a cup of coffee, put in a little whipped cream that you're going to accidentally spill on yourself, and you have a t-shirt on. Doesn't even have to be low cut. Wear a push-up bra. And lick that up and go, do you want to see me do that again? You want to see me have even more coffee? Send me $5. I want every woman who's watching my program, all of you, do it. You're all going to make money. I'm just giving the free advice. And I'm happy for you guys. If some of the women who are watching this program who decide to do this, if you make $1 million, you make $100,000, I am happy to have given you the advice, to give you the inspiration. Go out there and do it. If someone is such a simp, I think that's the word that they use nowadays, if they're so out of their mind that they'll watch that and be like, I need more. Please, I want to see you have even more whipped cream on the hot chocolate. You know what? Make money. Make the money. Nothing wrong with capitalism. Make the money if someone's that stupid and that crazy. But just tell me if it worked. Let me know that you took my idea, and whether you get views or if you get, I don't care, you get 100 views, 1,000 views, 100,000 views, doesn't matter. Tell me that it worked. Tell me you either got views or tell me if you got people to donate to you. I just want to know. You don't have to give me a dime. I'm not asking to get paid for this. I just want to know if I'm right, because I am absolutely sure that virtually every woman, matter of fact, even women, even if you're A cups, you will make money. Just by virtue that you are a woman, you will make money. Trans women will make money at doing this. I don't care who you are. If you're a woman, you're a trans woman, you take this idea, you do this, I am absolutely sure you're going to make money. Because it's a home cafe. And you just call it Home Cafe with Cream. Home Cafe with Cream. That's the title. It's a whole series. You can make a whole channel on it. My God, America's going to end. We are at the end of our civilization. This is the bread and circuses of the Roman Empire. We are collapsing. Literally, first world nations are completely collapsing before our eyes. That this is entertainment. This is the thing people are doing. I am happy that I'm closer to retirement and death than being 20 and having to find my entertainment, find my revelation of my life is I can have coffee at home. Gracie says, many Gen Z are foregoing college to have TikTok careers. That is stupid, and yet I understand why. Grace says, I'm a Rumble girl. I've never been on TikTok. You can do it on Rumble too. I'm pretty sure if it's popular on TikTok, you could do it on Rumble. You could do it on YouTube. You could do it live. It's not like it's hard. I'm telling you, all the women, you should do it. I know Gracie's saying, well, I'm old now. Doesn't matter. Big breast, small breast, doesn't matter. Trans, doesn't matter. Try it. I mean, literally, to the ladies out there, what have you got to lose? It'll cost you nothing. I'm not telling you to do it naked. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you got to have something that's all super low, barely covering you. I'm not saying do it in a bikini. I'm not saying that. I'm sure if you did, you'll make a lot more money. I'm just saying, just try the experiment. And I am sure it's going to work for every single woman. I'm sure every single woman that does this idea, as I've described it, is going to get at least 500 views, maybe 1,000. Minimum. And I'm not upset that you're going to get the views or you'll make the money. Hell, I'm jealous to a certain extent. I just don't understand why this is a thing. I get it. They're spoiled. I don't I don't understand this. That tells me we are losing our country. We are losing our society. We are falling apart before our eyes when that is the thing, when home cafes are a thing. It's maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Gracie Good says, I spent my years fighting misogyny at work. I recently had a man at work point a knife at me after screaming at me that I was his wife. She's already married. He got fired. That guy needs an intervention. That guy needs to see a psychiatrist. That's insane. That's stupid. Look, I want equal rights for everyone. Okay? I don't want extra rights for women. I don't want extra rights because I'm black or I'm Hispanic. I don't want extra rights because I'm old. I want equal rights for everyone. I want everyone to have equal, matter of fact, I want equal opportunity for everyone. If you screw up, that's on you. But I want everyone to have the same opportunity, the same chance. Now, sometimes that's not possible. As example, the home cafe. No one in their right mind anyway, is going to pay me to have a cup of coffee or to watch me have a cup of coffee. No one's going to do that. But if women can get away with it, go for it. But no, you should never, ever, no one should have a threat in their workplace. And I understand how that is. I mean, I had a job. I was a stockbroker. And I had a boss, an owner of the business, that once threatened to throw me through a window. True story. Down on Wall Street. I was working down in Wall Street. This is back in the 90s. And one of the owners of one of the businesses of one of the stockbroker firms I was at threatened to throw me through a window because we had an argument about business. I didn't agree with him. He said, you're going to do it, I'm going to throw you through a window. And one of the things I said back to him, and mind you, this was a big guy. He wasn't joking. He was not joking. He was a big bruiser of a dude. And he was being very serious. And I said, okay, great. Well, besides some other things, I said, and by the way, you try and throw me through that window, you're coming with me. Let's go. Literally, I said this to the guy. Guy taller than me, way heavier than me. This is back when I was younger and I was working out more. I don't work out anymore. I was working out then. So I was in shape, but he was absolutely, he's a monster. Way stronger than I was, way bigger than I was. And he was a bruiser. That's like his job. And I was dead serious. He backed down. We never had that argument again. He never threatened me again. And the argument we were having that caused it never came up again. Because he knew I was serious. I was like, I might lose, but you're not walking away from this. You're walking away as beat up as I'm going to be. There's no easy fight here. And he backed down. No one should have to go through that. No one should have to go through that experience. It's not the only time I had stupid experiences where someone threatened me at a job. Sometimes because of the job, sometimes because of politics, once or twice because of race. No one should have to go through that experience. So I'm sorry to hear that you had to go through that, Gracie. So I don't know. Just hearing about the home cafe thing just made me laugh. I was looking at that. I was just like, that's just so insane. Maybe it's me. You guys can tell me, Mike, I disagree. You're wrong. That's not going to make money. I don't know. Women, you're in the audience. Try it. Tell me if I'm right. In the comments, leave it in the comments after the live. For every woman who does decide to try the home cafe with cream, that's my title for it. And if it works, get over 500 views. You make any kind of money, even in one donation, even one super chat or rumble rant or whatever the hell it is. If you even make $5, tell me. Just let me know that it worked. I'm just curious. But that also leaves me with something else that I thought was kind of curious. And getting back to the politics of it all, getting a little bit more serious about that. It seems that late night, I love this. They say late night takes a hard left turn. It's been left from almost the beginning. Letterman was the beginning of the turn to politics and turn to leftist politics, although Letterman did it well. Jon Stewart was leftist politics when he was doing The Daily Show the first time, and he was intelligent, and he did it really well, and I watched him. He was often very, very funny. The first time he was doing Comedy Central's the Daily Show with Jon Stewart, that was good because it was done intelligently. It was also very hyper leftist, but it was interesting and entertaining. So now they're saying, well, late night's taking a leftist turn. It's already been there. How do you make a left turn when you're already making a left turn, when you're already just going left? But anyway, they go on to say, with 7,000, here's the thing that I found interesting. There have been 7,000 jokes about President Trump. There have been 92% of all of the comedy has been meant to insult conservatives. And the late night shows are wondering why they have no audiences, why no one wants to watch them, no one thinks they're funny, no one listens to them, why they're getting Colbert and the rest of them, why they're getting fired, why they have their income cut. Well, maybe it's because you're taking more than half of America and you're insulting them every night. That 77 million people voted for someone to fix the problems that the leftist has created, and you're mocking them for it. I just found that interesting that the left doesn't get it. They should. It should be very open, obvious, and apparent, but it seems it's not. Okay. I don't know how they don't get it. Okay. Enough of that stuff. Let's get a little serious. Let's get serious. By the way, folks, I am more than happy to hear your comments. If you agree, if you disagree, let me know. Gen Z, if you're pissed off and think, Mike, you just don't understand, you do know how to cook. The home latte, the home cafes make a lot of sense, and it's a great idea. Please tell me why. I'm happy to hear your voices. If you use a Rumble rant or a super chat, half of the proceeds of that Rumble rant, of that super chat, are going to be going to help the homeless and families and veterans through the Jericho Project in January 2026. So please go right ahead. You want to insult me? Fantastic. You want to insult me? Send $5 through a super chat or a Rumble rant so that we can make a donation to the Jericho Project, and insult me all you want. I'll put it on the screen. I'll read it out. As long as it's not pornographic, as long as it's not vulgar, I will read it out, and you can insult me all you want. $5. Make it $5 or more, and I will read it out, and the Jericho Project will make some money. Go right ahead. I'm happy to hear it. Tell me why I'm wrong about Gen Z and how funny they are. But that being said, let me move forward. Syria is a big deal. We were talking about this last week. 3 Americans were killed in Syria as a consequence of the Biden-Harris administration because of their policies, the escalation, putting Americans in harm's way. This comes from the Obama administration originally. Obama and his hate of the Assad regime in Syria put American soldiers in Syria and had them in harm's way. Trump tried to reduce the number. Actually, he didn't try. He did reduce the number of Americans that were there, thinking about trying to get them out. Biden came in, doubled down, increased the numbers, put more Americans at risk, and now we have Americans dying in Syria. And here's the difference between the Biden administration, the Obama administration, and the Trump administration. weak presidents versus a strong president. You would have heard Barack Obama. He would have said, oh, you can't do this. Stop this. Don't do it. I'll give Obama this. He might have dropped a drone, on one base that he would have warned everyone about, and ISIS would have gotten out of the way and no one would have died. But he would have dropped a bomb. He would have used a drone and dropped a bomb on an old ISIS base and kill no one. Biden would just say, we're going to be very strong and we're going to be against this and we're going to work with a coalition of 15 nations throughout all of the Middle East and we're going to stop ISIS. That's what Biden's response would have been, which is nothing. He would have done nothing. Donald Trump dropped a bunch of bombs. He didn't drop one. Over 90 different missions took place over the last couple of days and was trying to wipe out ISIS, which is a good thing. Everyone should be very happy about that. And he made a point. You don't attack Americans, soldiers, in a foreign country that aren't fighting you. And the American soldiers in Syria aren't fighting a war. They're protecting the Kurds. Now, you may like the Kurds or you may hate the Kurds. The Turkey hates the Kurds. They hate the PKK. And I understand why. And they have somewhat of a legitimate argument. I've talked about the PKK before. I've done videos reviewing the PKK. They are potentially a future terrorist organization. That's very true. So I understand why some groups don't like the PKK, and they are Kurdish. But to protect the Kurds in general, to protect the Kurdish people who support America, and most of the religious leaders, Iran in particular, hate them because of their religion, we're protecting them. That's not the same thing as fighting an active war, especially in Syria. And ISIS decided to pick a fight with the United States. They thought that Trump was going to react the same way that Biden did. I don't know why they thought that. Did they not see what Trump did to the Houthis? Did they not see what Trump did to Hezbollah? Are they not paying attention to what's happening to Venezuela right now? Apparently not. Well, we got their attention now. And not only did Trump react, he is continuing to react. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, has confirmed, along with Donald Trump, that we're not done with ISIS. They wanted to pick the fight. We're going to finish the fight. And that is a good thing. People should be happy about that. That doesn't mean that America is going to war in Syria. No. We're not going to go and start a new war. This is not Afghanistan. This is not Iraq. We're not going in to create a regime change. We're not going in to take over any territory. That's not what's happening. Although, if you're asking some of the leftist pundits out there, they will tell you that's exactly what's happening. And they are lying to you. They want you to be afraid. They want you to vote Democrat. They want to embarrass Trump wherever they can, and they want to get as much power using a fear-mongering tactic, which they love to do. That's not what's happening. Instead, we are attacking terrorists, ISIS, and reminding them that every time they pop up their heads, we're going to knock them off because you don't mess with America. Period. Full stop. We do not put up with terrorism, especially against American troops or innocent individuals that Americans are protecting. You do not get away with that. You don't get to attack our allies. You don't get to attack us. I think this is great news. But if you ask most of the left-leaning news media, if you ask the pundits and the academics in the schools, they'll tell you, oh my God, this is authoritarian. This is horrible. It's not.
He's in an outrageous amount. He has just been crying and limping and can't rest.
Well, limping is new because he wasn't limping when I was limping.
He's limping because it's getting worse and it's setting in. He's feeling it and he's doing his best not to show it around you. He's being very ginger with it and right now it's still sticking out. He's not limping. There's nothing we can do right now. But
Hold on one second, folks. Okay, folks. So, which brings me to Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio has he was asked recently by Aaron Rupar, and Aaron Rupar is he's a journalist, he's a leftist, and we see Dylan Williams also talking about this. And what did they say? Marco Rubio is asked, do you understand that your statement from earlier this year that nobody has died from US aid? So the left is still pissed off about US aid, which we know was an excuse for the CIA to fund, in some cases, terrorist organizations around the world. US aid that we know, as has been confirmed, was sending money. The U.S. Treasury identified that U.S. aid was sending money to terrorists. Not if, not maybe, not it's murky, it's gray area, we're not sure. They confirmed at the beginning of this year that U.S. aid was in fact sending money for years to terrorists, and they never stopped the money. They never said, oh, this is a terrorist organization, this is illegal, we can't do that. No, they took your money and they gave it to terrorists around the world. 83% of US aid was a waste. It was just CIA money going to various factions around the world, helping no one. And the other 13% of US aid still exists to help people. The 13% of US aid that was actually helping people around the world still goes out. It's still being paid, except it's not under the Department of US aid. It's going out through the Department of the State Department, as a matter of fact. But yet the left is still saying, oh my God, you're killing people because you're not giving them more of our money. Here's my biggest problem. And the left are all upset about this. Like, you're not giving more money. You stopped giving Americans money to the world. My question to all the people who are upset with Marco Rubio, who are upset about the U.S. aid not going out, when did America become responsible for the rest of the world? When did we become responsible for feeding everyone on the planet, taking care of the poor people and the people in horrible countries all around the world? When did that become the burden that the American people are supposed to cover? Because I don't remember ever voting for that. I don't remember any president voting and saying, hey, and when you elect me, the burden of the entire world, the poverty and impoverished people around the world are now going to be on the American people's back, and we're going to charge you more. We're going to increase the amount of money, inflation in America. We're going to tax you even more money so we can give your money to other countries. When did we ever vote for that? Because as far as I know, we never did. And as much as we help people, and we are the most generous nation in the world, hands down, no question. The American people individually are the most generous and giving people in the world. The American people individually, without the government being involved whatsoever, give more money to help people in third world nations, people who are in natural disasters. We help more people around the world every day than most governments combined. And now this is our problem. They're telling us, well, you're not giving away enough money. Why should we? Why is that our obligation? I'm just asking this question, and I really would love to hear an answer for that. They want to beat up Marco Rubio. Why? Because he works for Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's the bad guy. But when did this become our problem? When did this become our obligation? When did we promise and say, no, we're going to take care of all the third world people in the planet. We're going to feed everybody. When did we agree to that? What president said, yep, that's the mission. That's the job. That's what I'm going to do. Who said that was authorized? Who said you could do that? Because the left take it as a given that their whatever their place, their issue, yeah, well, they're going to get all the American money. Who said that? Who said we want to do that? Who authorized it? When did we take a vote on that? When did we have a debate on that? Look, I don't mind generosity. I don't mind charity. Hell, like I said, I'm raising money for the Jericho Project. I agree. Help people when we can. I believe in generosity. I believe in helping people. But we have no obligation. That's not an obligation. That's not a mandate. You don't get to take money out of my pocket because you want to, and then take my money and put it somewhere that I may not want it to go. Look, some people may say, Mike, you know what? I don't want to help the homeless. Okay. I don't know why you wouldn't want to do that, but maybe you don't. I do. I've been homeless. I understand. And I do take my money on a regular basis and I give it to help the homeless directly, not the government, because I don't trust them and they waste money. I give it to organizations that directly help the homeless. You could say, well, I don't want to do that. Okay, then you don't have to. But according to the left, they're beating up on Marco Rubio saying we have to, that they have to, that the government is required to take your money out of your pocket and give it to some foreign country. And we know that 83% of the time when the government does that, we wind up giving it to corrupt governments, not people. We don't actually help anyone. We just give it to a corrupt government. I just want you to think about that because it makes no sense. It makes no sense. But they want to push that. They want to push that as if that's a message. Like that's something we got to do. We got to do it. All right, let me talk about Epstein real quick. So Epstein, breaking news or the latest news, some of the Epstein files have been released. And people are complaining. The left is complaining about this. They've been begging for this. Again, while they had the open opportunity, 4 years, they had the opportunity to put out all of the Epstein files. Just a reminder, no one stopped them. They never tried. They didn't care. In fact, they cared about keeping it quiet. They, on purpose, never mentioned the Epstein files, never showed the files, never even hinted that the files, any of the data, could ever be revealed. Mind you, they never wasted time blaming Donald Trump and trying to connect Donald Trump to Epstein. That they would do. That they would do because that gets them votes and maybe some donations. But they never actually said, and by the way, we will give you, the public, the Epstein files to hold people accountable for what they did on Epstein's island and what they might be doing in our government and with other nations. They never offered that. They never considered that for 4 years. Trump, 2024, goes out and says, I'm going to release the files. American people want to know what the hell happened. They want to know who's responsible. They want to hold them responsible. It's not enough that we know that 17 times Bill Clinton went to that island for whatever reason. Can't imagine why he would go there 17 times. That we know that I think it was Bill Gates went 25 times. Why did he go 25 times? And they knew what was happening on that island. You may not have known the first time you went. I'll even give you 2 times to go to the island and never find out what actually is happening. But they went 17 and 25 times that we know of. Okay. And that's not including Hakeem Jeffries palling around with Epstein. That doesn't count the Virgin Islands representative and how she's getting donations from this guy and she's asking questions of Donald Trump and his aides on the behalf of Epstein because Epstein hates Trump and has always hated Trump, even though the left wants to say that Donald Trump and Epstein were best buddies and they were side by side in some of these horrific things. But according to Plaskett, Epstein is actually trying to get Trump thrown in jail. That doesn't sound like his buddy. We know from emails that were released by Democrats saying, well, Epstein's talking about Trump. Yeah, he said he hated Trump. Oh, they left out that detail. They didn't mention what was in the content, just in the context. Well, see, it's Trump and Epstein being talked about in emails where Epstein is being very clear that he hates Trump and Trump hates him. So now we got these files out, something that the Democrats have been screaming all year, like many, many people. They were screaming all year that got to release Epstein files, release Epstein files. Donald Trump all year has been saying, okay, not his number one priority, but he's always said, release the files. He publicly said it to Pam Bondi. It was an order from the president. He's never blocked it. And we got the files. They're starting to come out. And now that they're coming out, we see, what do we see? We see Democrat, 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 in particular Bill Clinton, over and over again. Clinton in a hot tub with an underage, what apparently seems to be an underage woman. Clinton on a beach with what appears to be an underage woman. Over and over again, we're getting this. And who was letting Epstein get away? We know that we also got documentation that in 1996, who was president? Bill Clinton. That in 1996, some of the victims of Epstein were filing complaints with the FBI under Bill Clinton against Epstein. And somehow, under the Clinton administration, that paperwork disappeared. That paperwork never had anything happen. But Bill Clinton was at the island 17 times, and we now have even more information connecting Democrats to Epstein. And the Democrats are now saying, well, the problem is you're not showing Donald Trump, but the evidence is showing us Democrats. Now they're upset. Now we know why they didn't show it, why we saw Joe Biden never once talked about the Epstein files, never, ever offered to release anything for 4 years. It's not because of Donald Trump. Trump isn't the problem. Once again, Trump isn't the problem. He's the scapegoat. He's the easy answer to get money for Democrats, to get votes for Democrats. But he's not the problem, nor is he the solution. He's got nothing to do with this. This is about Democrats. DOJ says it will continue updating the redaction of the Epstein file materials. Some of the material with some of the individuals involves victims and their faces aren't being shown. Okay. And they're upset, and Democrats are upset. You're hiding stuff. As I said back in March, there is no way that this is going to be resolved for everyone. There's always going to be someone saying there's a cover-up. And all of the people who have TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome, they're going to say Trump was covering it up. He didn't show everything. He's hidden something. This is corrupt. It's evil, blah, blah. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're wrong. The fact is, no matter what you show now, there's always going to be someone saying, there are people out there right now saying, well, this is all AI. It's fake. Clinton didn't do it. It's not real. They just made it up. They're just trying to blame Democrats because it didn't actually happen. Even though there are witnesses and there are statements and there is documentation that does allude at least to Clinton. The photos are real. I'm just saying, it's just very interesting to me. Should we punish not just the United States, but the rest of the world, countries where we see people like former Prince Andrew and others that went to this island on a repeat basis? And shouldn't we have an investigation to say, okay, we know you've been to this island. I say, let's make it arbitrary. The cutoff is you've been to the island 5 or more times. You've been there 5 or more times. You can't claim innocence, absolute lack of knowledge. You've been there 5 times or more. You keep going back. You know something. you've seen something. At the very least, after the first 2 or 3 times, you're hearing rumors. You're getting some kind of clue that something else is happening. You may not be invited, but it's happening. You might start wondering, why are all these kids, these young kids, running around this island, very often scantily clad? You might get some kind of warning sign. And you can't tell me that you've been there more than 5 times and you didn't get even a warning sign. Let's investigate all those people. Let's corral them, get them on in, and we put them through the ringer. We get some interrogations. We get some answers, left or right. But don't hang this on, well, it's Trump, orange man bad. You're wasting everyone's time. I'm almost tired of hearing about Bill Clinton, but he's one of the key people that keeps trying to cover this up. Democrats are trying their damnedest to protect him. And that makes me think there's more people who are connected to Bill Clinton that are probably connected to this whole situation, which is why they're trying to hide the Bill Clinton connection. And then there's Richard Branson that seems to be also connected in this. He's also a billionaire, and he's connected to Obama. So did Obama know about this, even secondhand, even third hand? Let's see. Gracie has another comment here. She says, ABC was talking about how a photo of Trump and it has disappeared from the website just this morning. They're still pushing that garbage. And here's the thing. The photo already exists. We already know about. There's a couple of photos, in particular, the one photo that was being pushed around by Democrats where Trump was surrounded by 20 and older year-olds from the Miss USA pageant, fully clothed, and they were blacking out, they were redacting their faces. This is a 10-year-old photo of Donald Trump with Miss USA contestants that are all adults, and they redacted it to make it seem like Donald Trump did something evil, that this is a picture of something horrible that happened. And now we're getting pictures of actually something horrible that happened. Which one am I more concerned about? A photo of Donald Trump that we already have, that everyone has already seen, that isn't an issue, and we know that the guy who's responsible for all of this heinous activity is somebody that hates Donald Trump. Am I more concerned about that, or am I concerned about the best buddy of Epstein and all of his friends that keep going back to that island? Which one's the bigger story? We lost one photo that we already know about, or we just received a dozen photos and a dozen documents that we've never seen before that reveal a connection to a United States president during the time that he was sitting as president. Which one's more important? Oh, it's a cover-up. Oh, how's it a cover-up? We already had the photo. We already know. You're telling me the photo's been redacted. It's been removed. But we already have it. We already know it exists. Nothing's being hidden. It's already out in the public. You took it off the website. That's fine. But there are a dozen other documents and photos that we've never seen before, and they all point to Democrats. Which is the bigger story? ABC is saying, oh, well, it's because that photo that we already know about, that we've already seen, yeah, that's the story. No, how about the couple dozen photos and documents that we've never seen before that tell us a brand new story, that tell us more detail about the problem? Perhaps no one has said this to the public directly. I am. And there's a difference in the way you're thinking about it. Again, the media, ABC, wants you to think Orange Man bad. They want you to be distracted from, oh no, there are Democrats and business individuals that are now coming to light that are bad people. And that is new information. Oh, but we're talking about this old information because we don't like Donald Trump. And we want to make Republicans lose in the 2026 midterm elections, which also doesn't make sense to me. I can't vote for Republicans. Why? Because Donald Trump was in a photo that I've seen before that we don't have at the moment, that I can already look up online. It already exists. So because Donald Trump was in one photo with a guy he doesn't like but did some kind of business with, okay, I can't vote for any Republican in America. That's the conclusion that ABC and much of the left want you to make. So you have to vote Democrat. And they don't want you to think about, oh, and here are a bunch of new documents, bunch of new photos. They're telling me that a bunch of these Democrats were highly connected and influenced by this guy. From members of Congress, like Hakeem Jeffries, like Cory Booker, as I recall, Representative Plaskett, as well as the president. There's the difference between the two. It is a chasm of difference. And they are trying to play you. They're emotionally manipulating you. Look at the thing that is the least important part of the entire puzzle. Gracie says, my guess is that it was the photo as well, but they purposely left that information out when they reported on it. Yeah. That it was a photo that we already have, that the public has already seen, that you can already do a Google search and you will find it easily. That every Democrat, especially all the elected Democrats that are running for re-election, they're plastering it all over their social media. We lost nothing. Nothing was hidden. They're trying to cover it up. How can you cover up something that everyone already has access to, that everyone already knows about? No, the cover-up is we're not talking about the thing that we didn't know, and now we do know. And that leads to new questions. And sadly, none of those new questions, none of that new information leads to Donald Trump. It doesn't lead to the Trump administration. It leads to Democrats. But that doesn't help them get votes. That doesn't help them win the 2026 midterm election, so they're not going to talk about that. That is evil. That is deception and evil. It's manipulation. And if you think I'm wrong, ask ABC News. Ask ABC News. Why are you worried about an old photo? What about the new ones? Why are you worried about an old photo? What about the new documents? What about the allegation and the apparent disparity of complaints being made under the Clinton presidency that were whitewashed, just thrown away, ignored? What about that? Why did you not focus on that, ABC? Why aren't you talking about that? Isn't that a concern? Isn't that what we're supposed to be upset about? Isn't that what we're supposed to be investigating? Who knew and who did nothing? Who had the power to stop this? In 1996, it wasn't Trump, but the president would have had the power to do something about it. And he didn't. And that president wasn't Donald Trump. It wasn't George Bush or George G.W. Bush. To be fair, it wasn't Obama. It was Bill Clinton. People may not like that. And I'm not telling you have to like Clinton or not like Clinton. It's got nothing to do with that. The evidence is evidence. It's clear. Everything else is manipulation, political manipulation. And this is part of the reason, I think, because as much as they're hiding it, as much as they're shifting the goalposts, as much as they are lying to the public, it's still getting through. It hits people. Even if you're lying to their face, subliminal, people are making the same conclusion that I have just said out loud. They're thinking it quietly, at least in the back of their brains. Even if you're a Democrat, even if you're a hardcore, super progressive leftist, even if you're an Antifa member, This stuff is it. You're hearing the information, you're seeing it, and your mind goes, this is a problem. And that's why Democrats are at an all-time low. According to Quinnipiac, again, this has nothing to do with the right. This isn't some kind of Republican, conservative. It's not libertarian. It's not some alt-right idea. I'm not making this up. This isn't my feeling. Quinnipiac, a well-known, well-regarded, respected pollster, has come out and told us Democrats are at the lowest level of support in their history, even among Democrats. They're at 18% approval. And we know that when the Democrats love to tell us, well, Donald Trump is losing all of his support, he's in the 40s. He has the same level of approval as he had for almost the entire time he was president in the 45th, as the 45th president of the United States. The current approval rating in the 40s for Donald Trump is better than 2/3 of the time that Joe Biden was president. But that's supposed to mean that Donald Trump is falling apart and everything is wrong, and the MAGA movement's falling apart and it's falling in its face and everything's collapsing. And it's better than what Biden had, and it's the same as when Trump was president 8 years ago. But Democrats right now are at the lowest levels ever. They're at 18%. 18%. Because they are ineffective, they are inefficient, they are lying to you and manipulating you, because they're constantly fear-mongering. And the moment that you stop being afraid, the moment that you stop just running with emotion, the moment you start to think about what's going on, like we showed you at the beginning of the show, what are they telling us right now? You have to be a specific color, and you have to think you're making a crime, and you have to and that crime has to be accepted as a crime for someone of your color, of your gender. And only then you maybe committed a crime, except maybe it's not really a crime. They're bending over backwards, and people are reacting to this. Even if you're a Democrat and you support this, or you support your party blindly, just straight down the line, Democrat, 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 fantastic. And somewhere in the back of your head, you're going, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't add up. And I shouldn't trust these people, because you shouldn't. Now, I'm not telling you, blindly believe Republicans 100% of the time. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm not suggesting that. And the left loves to say, see, he's saying those Republicans, that filthy black Republican, he's telling you have to believe Republicans all the time. I didn't say that. I want you to have a healthy dose of disbelief on anyone in the government. I want you to question all of the leaders. But when you see them repeatedly lie to your face and tell you that the same criteria that they're being judged by is good for them, but horrible for everyone else, I'm sorry, I have a disconnect. It doesn't make any sense. Because they want to constantly, it's constant gymnastics. It's never as simple as, here's the information. Well, Democrats are losing. Well, that's not their fault. It's because the Trump administration is picking on Democrats, and they are using the news media to make Democrats look bad. The news media is filled with Democrats. We just saw late night has done 7,000 mean-spirited jokes against Donald Trump. 92% of the content, the jokes on late night television, is against the right. And you're telling me that those same people who just can't stop themselves from hating anyone who doesn't think exactly like they do, you mean to tell me that Donald Trump is using them to attack Democrats? That makes no sense. Democrats have low ratings because they have low ratings. Even among Democrats, they have low approval ratings because they have failed. And their ideas don't make sense. In fact, they don't have an idea. All they have are feelings. If they had ideas, their donors wouldn't have abandoned them, and they wouldn't be $15 million in debt because they had to take out loans because they have no donors. No one wants to support any of their candidates or any of their ideas. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Again, this is a Quinnipiac poll. This is not from the right. This is, if anything, left-leaning, not right-leaning. You don't have to think I'm right. That's the numbers. That's just the deal. And it's because the Democrats, the progressive movement, have failed you. And they are pushing their agenda through fear because that's the only thing they've got left. Let me explain. Why are Democrats at 18%? And I'm not blaming the rank and file Democrat out there. I'm blaming the leadership you guys keep electing. Here's Representative Steve Cohen. He is a Democrat. Now, you may say, but Mike, I see that's the Blaze, and I don't like the Blaze. The Blaze is meaningless. That's the one who's actually showing you this, because the left-leaning news media won't show you this quote. They won't let you see this because this looks bad for Democrats. So the Blaze put it out there because no one else will. But these are the words. This is the words of...
Order is focused on street and violent crime. Memphis has had too much, and it's gone down. It went down before the federal task force came in, but it's gone down even a little bit more.
I love that. It went down before, but it's going down more. Okay.
We don't know exactly what street crime is, but we know when we say we're going to go in with ICE and take out the people that committed the most serious offenses, the worst of the worst, and we mentioned crime as homicide, we mentioned rape, we mentioned pedophiles. We know who those people are, but they're arresting people simply for the offense of being in the country illegally.
They're arresting people for the offense of simply being in the country illegally, because that's a crime. He just said it. They're arresting them for the offense, the crime, of being in the country illegally. They're in the country illegally. That's a crime. You get arrested when you commit crimes. Of course, we are... I don't understand this. I understand the home cafe more than I understand Representative Steve Cohen, because he makes no sense. And this is why Democrats are at 18%. That's why they're trying to cover up the connection of Democrats to Epstein Island. This is why they're failing. Because he's just like Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett, who's all about, it's not a crime if you don't feel it's a crime. Criminality is a state of mind. I showed you that last week. I showed you her saying that because it makes no sense. And here he is doing the same thing. So you thought, well, maybe it's Jasmine Crockett. Well, she's just a minstrel and she's being extreme. And that's the way that she's getting money and votes. This is Steve Cohen. You don't know who he is. He is not a big name in the Democratic Party. He isn't some power player. He's not getting national TV on a regular basis. Just not happening. This isn't somebody who's begging for more money because he wants to run in the Senate. He's not trying to become president of the United States. He's just a regular congressman. He's just a regular Democrat. And this is what he says. He says the same thing that Jasmine Crockett says. He's bought into the progressive mindset. Oh, they're an illegal alien. They broke the law. They broke breaking and entering into the United States. And that's okay. Why would you arrest them for doing that? Why would you arrest them for committing a crime? Because crimes are subjective. They're based on feelings. It's only a crime if Democrats say it's a crime. It doesn't matter that Democrats created the immigration law that says that these people are criminals. That the president is, the job of the executive branch is to enforce the written law. And the law that Democrats wrote is that if you enter into America without documentation, guess what? You're a criminal and you get deported. And this guy This is in Congress. He's in Congress in a congressional hearing, and he's saying, why would you want to arrest somebody that committed a crime? You just heard him say it. No wonder Democrats are at 18%. This makes no sense. How this guy got elected, how he's going to try and get reelected, I do not understand. He should not be in office, just like Jasmine Crockett. Should not be in office. Crime is not subjective. You cannot tell me they committed a crime, but you know what? It doesn't count. Then you have chaos. You don't have a government. This is stupid. But you didn't see that you didn't see this quote on NBC. You didn't see this on CNN. You didn't see this in the Huffington Post or the New York Times. They never questioned this. They didn't ask him to go on NBC News or CBS News and have their reporters say, Jake Tapper go and say, can you explain this to me? Because you admit they committed a crime. They are here illegally. We do accept that. That's true. So they committed a crime, and the punishment of that crime is being deported, and they are being arrested because they are criminals, but you're saying it's okay. You're saying that doesn't count, that that's not good enough, that they have to commit another crime on top of the crime they've already committed, that they have to commit not just another crime, they have to commit a violent crime. They have to stab someone in the neck. They have to run someone over in a car while they're drunk. They have to kill other American citizens. They have to kill American citizens for them to actually have committed enough of a set of crimes before we will punish them by deporting them. Someone in America has to die for us to say, okay, now you've gone too far. That's too many laws. You've broken too many laws. You're too violent. Now you got to go somewhere. Are you kidding me? This is preventable. Every single person who dies or is injured or has something stolen from them, every American that is deprived of anything because we have diverted money from American citizens to illegal aliens, whether they capture them, to deport them, it's because they committed additional crimes. Every single dollar, every single moment is preventable. That's a fact. Donald Trump was elected because since it is preventable and the Democrats will not prevent these additional crimes, someone has to. And Trump said he'll do it. And he is doing it. And Democrats are fighting, tooth and nail, fighting to let these criminals continue to commit crimes in America. And they want you to reelect them. They want more power. They want you to donate to their campaigns. They want to be the big dog in charge. It makes no sense. Any Democrat that's watching this program, I know you probably hate watching. Okay, explain this to me. Tell me how I am wrong. Tell me how what I have just said, what we've just gone over, what we just heard, tell me how I'm wrong in the conclusions I'm making. And the silence you just heard, that's the silence that the left has on this. They can't explain this. They can't justify this. It makes no sense. If you are an adult with moderate intelligence, not even super genius, moderate intelligence, you go, this makes no sense. This is inexcusable. This is ludicrous. The mental gymnastics are impossible. You can explain a train from California to Hawaii across the Pacific Ocean. You can make more of an argument for that than to explain what he just said. It's incredible. Here's another one. Let me show you again. This is why Democrats are losing, and this is why they're at 18% approval. This is why major donors won't give them any money. The DNC is bankrupt and had to take out loans for $15 million just to get through the year. Here's another example. This is Robert Reich, who is a professor at Berkeley. This is the guy who is teaching your kids. This is the guy who's helping to educate the next generation of our nation. He's one of the reasons why kids are just discovering the joy of making coffee in their home. Okay. Robert Reich says 73% of ICE detainees have no criminal convictions according to the government data. They haven't been caught. They haven't gone through the system. Okay. Don't fall for Trump's lies about targeting the worst of the worst. As ICE terrorizes cities to fill up detention centers, remember that some of Trump's major donors are private prison corporations. First of all, the prison corporations has nothing to do with it. They're not going to prisons in America. They're being deported. So they're going to maybe Alligator Alcatraz. Well, that's property of the state of Florida. And 13 other states are considering creating detention centers just like that, owned by the state, not private business. We're not talking about putting people in private prisons. We're talking about deporting them because they are criminal. And he's saying, well, they haven't been convicted of a crime except being in America illegally. Again, they always have to ignore the first crime, the whole problem. See, if they were deported in the first place, they wouldn't have been drunk driving in America. If they were deported in the first place, they wouldn't be part of a gang trying to take over apartment buildings in Boulder, Colorado. Or, excuse me, Aurora, Colorado, to be more exact. If they were deported, they wouldn't be able to help create human slavery. They wouldn't be able to help import drugs. They wouldn't be able to beat up people on the street. They wouldn't be a problem, or at least greatly diminished at the very least. He wants to ignore that. He doesn't want you to think about it. He's a college professor. He knows how to write in English. He knows how to make you feel like he's correct. He wants you to obey what he's saying, but he doesn't want you to think about it. He doesn't want you to stop and understand. This is why Democrats are at 18%. Because while a bunch of those Democrats are running around going, no, you can't arrest them. They're just criminals. That's not a problem. It's okay. And in the back of their mind, even for Democrats, they go, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, I don't want to admit it to Mike or any of the other Republicans out there. I don't want to say this on national TV, but it doesn't really make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But they don't want to say that publicly. They don't want to say it out loud. No. They'll keep it quiet in the back of their head. But how can you respect a party that lies to people, that manipulates people so blatantly every day? They are fighting tooth and nail to keep these criminals in America, even when they're violent. People like Kilmar Abrego Garcia and many others, they fight to keep them here. They fight. They release them from the jails to go back into the public rather than let ICE capture them. We see this in California on a regular basis. They will literally, in California, they will let the criminals back out to the public, even though this person has been violent, just so that ICE can't deport them. Why would you do that? Why would you let a gangbanger who just got arrested, was in prison because he's shooting people in drive-bys, why would you let him back out among the public to do more drive-bys rather than get deported? Orange man bad? That's the answer. Orange man bad. That's the answer. Donald Trump. Trust me, if there's someone on the left who can explain this and make this make sense, if you can explain the mental gymnastics that I'm expected to go through, the hoops you have to run through to make this make sense, please explain it to me. Because I've listened to all of the commentators. I've listened to the news programs. I've read the articles. I've looked at tweets like this from Robert Reich, and it doesn't make sense. The second you stop being emotional and the moment you actually just pay attention to the details, it doesn't make sense. When you listen to people like Steve Cohen and you just play it over and over and over again and try to understand what the hell are you talking about, it doesn't make sense. This is why I'm upset with the left. This is why I'm crazy with them. And when I said, but Mike, you said, what do you mean that the left says it's a crime, that they're making it up? This is from Keith Ellison. He is a former high-ranking Democrat. He was in Congress. He's also, Keith Ellison is the Attorney General for Minnesota. And Keith Ellison is saying that if you are a criminal, now, not just illegal aliens, any criminal, if you go and you steal a car, it's not your fault. Now, you may say to yourself, wait a minute, what do you mean? If I go and steal a car, I'm stealing a car. That's a crime. And I chose to do it. It's not like I wasn't forced to do it. It's not like someone held a gun to my head and said, steal that car. I chose to steal the car. So that's a crime that you did. Now, if someone is holding a gun to your head, then okay, I get it. You committed the crime. You were under duress. It's not your fault. I get that. That's not what Keith Ellison is saying. No one has a gun to this. He's talking about gangbangers. He's talking about carjackers. And what is he saying? It's not their fault because Kia and Toyota made it too easy to commit the crime. Wait a minute. So, according to Keith Ellison, one of the top Democrats in the nation, the Attorney General, the top lawyer, top prosecutor for the state of Minnesota, the guy who's supposed to be enforcing the law, and the law says if you steal a car, you are a criminal and you go to jail. Unless you're under duress, unless someone has a gun to your head the entire time, if you choose to steal a car, you are a criminal, you go to jail. And that is the law that Keith Ellison is supposed to enforce. And he is saying that that isn't a crime. That is not enough of a crime to punish them. It is the fault of the car maker. They should make it harder to steal the car, which has nothing to do with the crime of stealing the car. It doesn't matter. No one says, well, you left the keys in the car. Yeah, but it's my car. I can do that. Whether I left the keys in the car or not doesn't mean you get to steal my car. If I leave the windows down on my car and you steal it, that doesn't mean you had the right to steal my car just because the window's down. If I have a car in my garage, not even my garage, it's in my parking lot, and I have the car there, and the keys are in, and the window is down, maybe because I don't know, I needed to get another cup of coffee. I needed to turn off the stove because I had it on and I was having my home cafe, and I realized I needed to go out and get some more creamer, or I needed to get some cocoa. And so I needed to go get that. So I put that down, but I forgot to turn off the stove. And I went to my car. I turned it on, rolled down the window, and then I realized, oh my God, I got to turn off the stove. I go back into my house. Somebody walks on up, sees the car, sees the door is open, see the keys are in there, and they steal my car. It's, according to Keith Ellison, it's not a crime. It's no longer a crime because even though that person went onto my property and they stole my property without my permission, it's okay because I made it easy. Mugging someone is easy. Sexual assault, a 6'2", 300-pound man assaulting a 5', 95-pound woman is easy. Is that a crime, Keith Ellison? Because I would say it's a crime. And it doesn't matter if the guy's 6 foot or 5'8" or 5'10", and it doesn't matter if the woman is 4'11" or 5'6". It doesn't matter if the weight difference between them is 1 pound or 100 pounds. It doesn't matter. It's still a crime. It doesn't matter that it was easy. She could be drunk and passed out and had no way to give permission or consent. That's a crime. But it's easy. According to Keith Ellison, if it's easy, he's literally saying Kia and Hyundai, sorry, I said Toyota, Hyundai. Kia and Hyundai are cutting corners. They're making it too easy. And because it's easy, that's the problem. It's easy for men in general to assault women in general. There are always exceptions, but it's easy overwhelmingly for the average man to assault the average woman. Keith Ellison, by the way, who has assaulted women in the past, so he might actually agree with this and might think it, since it is easy, because he allegedly, and there are photos, he assaulted his girlfriend. So he may think it's easy, so it's not a crime. I myself find that to be incredibly criminal. I would have put him in jail already when he assaulted his girlfriend. And I think that any man assaulting a woman, whether it's easy or hard, that's a crime. According to this Democrat in this state, it's not a crime. If he's being consistent. If he's being consistent and saying, well, if it's easy, it's not a crime. It's not your fault. It's the other person's fault. It's the victim's fault for making it easy. This is why Democrats are at 18% approval. It doesn't make sense. This is ridiculous. And Ellison gets reelected year after year. Democrats get reelected year after year saying these stupid things. If I'm wrong, please tell me. If there are women out there and like, no, Mike, you don't understand. If I dress a certain way, then yeah, I should be attacked. If you really believe that, tell me. But I don't think there's any, and I'm not being like, oh, feminism, feminist, misogyny and misandry. No. Let's be fair here. That doesn't work. His logic doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I don't even understand why he would say that. I don't know why he would even think that. But he does. As you can see, this is his short video. It's on his X account. This is the official account. He actually said this. He thought this was good. He thought this was something he should share with you, that he was going to get support, that Democrats would line up and they would approve of this and they would give him money and they would support other Democrats on this idea. 533,000 people viewed this video. Now, to be fair, he only got 329,000 likes. Excuse me, not 1,000, 329 likes. 533,000 people viewed this. 329 of them liked this. They thought this was a great idea. They agree that if it's easy, it's not a crime. It's not the criminal's fault. It is the victim's fault because they made it easy. 329 people agreed. Out of 533,000 that saw this video, there should be zero. There should be 0 likes. I understand why someone would repost it, because you got to tell someone, yeah, this is crazy. You got to be kidding me. You're a Democrat? Do you agree with this kind of crap? Do you believe this? I can understand why there's 5,000 people who make comments like I am saying you're out of your mind. This is stupid. Do you actually believe this? Have you told any women this? Do women in your party know what you're saying? Because they're in trouble. They are in desperate danger. Even if they're not a feminist, they are in trouble. They are in danger. There is no woman I can think of that would agree with this idea. So I get that. I even get 143 people made this a bookmark because you got to he's going to delete this at some point. He's got to. I can't imagine that he's going to go through the 2026 election midterm season, leaving this up saying that crime, if it's easy, it's not a crime. It's not the criminal's fault. It's your fault. You made it easy. I don't think he's going to keep this up forever. So I get that. 329 people liked this. They thought he's right on the money. They did the mental gymnastics and they said, yeah, he's our man. And quite honestly, if it's 329 people who liked it, there's probably 32,900 people, about 10 times as many, who agree, but they just didn't hit the like button because that's how the numbers usually work on the internet. For every one of those you see, there's about 10 more people who are just in the same mindset. They just didn't bother. There's like 32,000 people, Democrats, who think, yeah, he's onto something there. It makes sense. This is why Democrats are at 18%. This is why no one wants to give them any money. There's also things like this. San Francisco. Lawmakers vote to create reparations, a fund, $250 million for reparations. California never had slaves. There has never been a single California slave owner. It didn't happen. There was no slavery in California. They had no slaves in California. They're paying reparations for slavery that didn't exist. By the way, California wasn't a state, as I recall. Matter of fact, let me double check that. When did... -- 1850. California became a state in 1850. They didn't have any slaves. Almost immediately after California became a state, we had the Civil War. There were no more slaves. They never had slaves in California. It was never part of their state law. No one was able to bring slaves to California. They're paying $250 million. Every black person who is either a descendant of a slave or, and this is a big one, or you have been discriminated against by the government. How do you prove that? More importantly, how do you disprove that? Everyone can say that the government in some way, shape, or form was discriminated against by the government. You didn't get enough food stamps. They took too long to process your paperwork. There's 1,001 things you can come up with as an excuse to say that's the government being discriminatory. Every black person in San Francisco, to be fair, not the state, in San Francisco, is going to get $5 million. According to this regulation, this law they just passed, for reparations that none of their ancestors went through in California. If your family has grown up and you're black and you grew up in California, none of them were slaves. Reparations for slavery that didn't exist in that state, never happened, never existed. You get $5 million. If you've ever been discriminated, which means at any time you've been disgruntled with the state, you will get $5 million. $250 million. They don't have, if every single dime in taxes that are raised by the city of San Francisco, they'd have to take all of their money and do nothing but pay black people $5 million each for an entire, more than a year. It's $250 billion. They'd be paying for years for black people $5 million each. It would bankrupt the entire city. Nothing else could be done. This makes no sense. For a crime that wasn't committed, didn't happen. But this is the logic of the left. Well, we have to protect black people. We got to help them. There's a lot of arguments about reparations, and I don't agree with almost any of them. There's almost no good reason for reparations, almost none. I've heard all the arguments, and none of them make a whole lot of sense. But this is one of the worst ones. And they're saying, no, but you just don't understand, Mike. It's because they're black. I'm black. By the way, my family, we can trace our lineage back to 1864. That's when we lose all records. I know on my mother's side of the family, we go back to slavery. We lose track of it at that point. But my family, I am a descendant of slaves, at least on my mother's side, at the minimum. So I am a descendant of slaves. Hell, that means I should be moving to San Francisco. They need to give me $5 million. That's just stupid. That is just stupid. The mental gymnastics, they make no sense to me. No sense. And this isn't going to help anyone. By the way, if the answer is, well, we have to take care of reparations, you need reparations because you grew up. One of the logic of this is, well, my great-great-great-great-grandfather got nothing. They at the end of slavery, they had nothing, and they had nothing to allow me to inherit. Therefore, I was at a disadvantage. Okay. You're going to give me $5 million today. Has my education gone up? No. Is my financial knowledge improved? No. Do I understand real estate better? No. Have I been educated better from between the moment before you gave me $5 million and the moment after I get $5 million? What changes? Nothing. I just get $5 million. You haven't helped me. That means people are going to waste $5 million quick. They're going to buy stupid things. They're not going to invest properly. They're not going to buy houses like they should. They're going to think that money's going to last forever and they can live on it forever, and they won't. They will live outside their means because they have no plan, nor have they been taught a plan, nor do they know how to invest the money or how to manage the money or who to go to manage the money. It is a cluster. You will see so many scams. You will see so many people have their money stolen from them legally. It will be an abysmal failure. And at the end of the day, nothing will be better. In fact, probably worse. A bunch of businesses will go out of business because of paying this. A lot of them. A lot of businesses are going to run away from San Francisco because they don't want to pay the taxes that are going to be required to be able to give this money to people because of their history. No one's going to want to pay that. A bunch of the wealthier homeowners, they're going to sell their property. And honestly, they won't even be able to sell their property. They will just abandon it because no one's going to buy property in San Francisco to pay the property taxes that are going to be necessary to pay $250 billion to people just because of their ancestry is people with great suntans that had nothing to do with slavery in that state. No one's moving into San Francisco if they do this. No one's going to want to be there. No one's going to pay this insane set of taxes that are going to be required to do this. They're going to destroy their own city. They're going to bankrupt the city. How does that help anyone? How does that make it better for anyone? Did anyone think this through? I can tell you, they didn't. They never stopped to actually think about this. They just said, reparations good. We got a virtue signal. Got to help black people because black people can't help themselves. We got to do it. Gotta. With a bunch of the black people who were on the team who said, no, reparations, give me money. They just care about give me money. They're not thinking about what happens in San Francisco. They don't care. They just want money. Give me the money. It's a scam. This is why Democrats are at 18%. This is why they're losing. This is why they are harming America. And they're busy pushing this on kids in high school and in college. You deserve $5 million. Now, everywhere else, this law, $5 million, this is now a legal precedent. It's a legal precedent. So now in New York State, in Virginia, in the entire South, Georgia, Florida, all the southern states, even in the Northeast, New York or New Jersey, Delaware, now everyone has to pay $5 million to every black descendant of slavery and any black person who can say or who can declare that the government discriminated against them, which is basically every black person can come up with one of those two things. You can justify one or either or both of those things. So every black person, 13% of America, has to get $5 million each because of the legal precedent that's been set in San Francisco. Because if you give me less money than what San Francisco gives me, and they didn't even have slaves, then you are being racist and discriminatory. So I have to get $5 million. If they're going to give it in California, in San Francisco, where there were no slaves, and slaves were never legal, and they're giving them $5 million for being a descendant of slaves, I, as a descendant of slaves in the Northeast, where there were slaves and they were selling slaves at least part of the time, I have to get at least $5 million. Which means you're bankrupting multiple states. You're bankrupting the country. Well, just print money. And then everyone goes into poverty. Think about this. You're printing out trillions of dollars. Just in San Francisco, it's $250 billion. That's 50,000 black people. There's over 13 million black people in America. You are talking trillions of dollars. You're in print trillions of dollars overnight. And I know AOC, Modern Monetary Theory, MMT, she thinks, well, just print the money. What could happen? It doesn't matter. I mean, she only has an economics degree, and she doesn't understand that if you just print trillions of dollars overnight, there's going to be hyperinflation, and America becomes another banana republic. Everyone goes into poverty. The entire nation goes into a extreme depression overnight. This doesn't make sense. They never stopped to think about this. They just virtue signal and said, well, black people, slavery, reparations, just do it. Just give them a bunch of money. $5 million. That's a good number. Give them $5 million. Doesn't have to make any sense. This is stupid. It's stupid. Just doesn't make any sense. Okay. I'm running out of time today. I want to check out my dog. I want to stop early, but Judge Dugan, we talked about this. I did a short video on this. We're talking about it last week. Hannah Dugan was a judge. She's no longer a judge. She is the woman who in April decided to help an illegal alien evade ICE. ICE legally was doing their job. They were in the courtroom, in the building, waiting for this illegal alien who had a warrant, who was duly authorized to be detained and to be deported. They were waiting for him to come out of the courtroom because he had committed additional crimes, and they found him because of the additional crimes, which is why he was in the courtroom in the first place. She saw them. She, as we learned from the trial, She didn't like ICE. She has Trump derangement syndrome. She doesn't like ICE. She doesn't like deporting illegal aliens. She is a very loyal, very, very loyal Democrat. She doesn't think about it. And she goes, illegal aliens aren't really criminals, even though she's a judge and her job is to pass the law. The law is passed. It's the Supreme Court said it's legal. And so she said, okay, I don't like that law, so I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to break. She's not even ignoring the law. She broke the law, she had a conspiracy on this, talked to her clerk and said, let's break the law. Let's help aid and abet this criminal in evading the law and prosecution of the law, which she knows is a crime. I mean, that's her job. She was a judge. That was her crime, her job. She actively committed a crime and then tried to cover it up. So it's not a big deal. It's not my fault. ICE did something. They weren't supposed to be in the building. We distracted them. She committed multiple crimes, and she only got charged with 2. There were more. They could have loaded this thing up with crimes, but they only went with 2. And she was found guilty of the felony. And now Democrats are saying, well, that's not fair because of bureaucracy, because of paperwork. The question isn't, did she commit the crime? We all know she did. There's video of it. The witnesses in the trial admitted that she did this, that she knew what she was doing. She knew it was a crime. Her job description tells you she intimately knows it was a crime. The question isn't, did she commit the crime? She did. The Democrats are complaining about the paperwork. That's the problem. Democrats are now saying she can't be held accountable. This is like with Keith Ellison. This is like with Jasmine Crockett. Oh, it wasn't really a crime because she didn't think it was a crime. She didn't agree with the crime. And more importantly, the paperwork wasn't right about the crime. So it can't be a crime. This is why Democrats are at 18%. The mental gymnastics is astounding. But they have to protect her because if she's guilty, if she breaks the law and she can be held accountable, then all the other Democrats that have also broken the law can be held accountable. And for a long time now, Democrats have said, well, I'm elected, so you can't hold me accountable for a crime. I'm different than the regular American citizen. They're not. Just because you're a judge, just because you're a congressman or a senator, you're an American citizen. The law applies to you just like it applies to everyone else. You break the law, you can be punished by the law. Your elected office does not protect you. Period. Well, what about Trump? First of all, this isn't Trump. Trump's not in the courtroom. Trump didn't commit these crimes. Trump wasn't trying to enforce this. Don't mention Donald Trump. He has nothing to do with this. But even if you want to point out and say, well, it's kind of like Trump because he didn't get any punishment. He did. Massive fine. He was massively fined, for one. 2, he was supposed to go and get sentenced, but he's president, so the sentence had to be delayed. And more importantly, in the meantime, he appealed and he got thrown out. Trump was being punished. It was all crap. It was all illegal, but he was being punished. He didn't get off. And he has nothing to do with this. The Trump administration, President Trump had nothing to do with this. His 34 made up conspiracy, the conspiracy of his 34 crimes, which were actually one crime that they charged him for 34 times, not the same thing. He didn't commit 34 crimes. He committed one crime. They counted it 34 times. That's a big difference. But even so, Trump has nothing to do with this. This is a decision that former Judge Hannah Dugan made knowing she was breaking the law. It doesn't matter who's president. It doesn't matter who's in charge of the FBI or the CIA. It has nothing to do with who's the attorney general. She made a decision based on the law, and she broke it. Period. It stops right there. It goes no higher. Doesn't go to the governor. It doesn't have to deal with the attorney general. It has nothing to do with the federal government. She broke the law, and she knew it, and so she's held accountable. There is no other comparison to make. But yet Democrats are like, no. She didn't feel like it was a crime. So it really isn't a crime. And by the way, the paperwork's not exactly right. So she should be innocent. You have to get rid of the whole thing because the paperwork was wrong. So she's innocent. This is why Democrats are at 18%. This is why no one wants to donate to them. This is why they are failing, but not fast enough. All right. I'm going to do one more story, then we're going to end the show real quick. And that's about Elise Stefanik. As many people may know, and this is where Republicans have failed. Elise Stefanik, as I highlighted and I pointed out to everyone, she's an intelligent woman. She's highly capable. She's very smart, and she's a good politician. She has wonderful political sense. These are facts. That's true. And we knew she was going to run for governor. We knew that all year long. The question was she seriously going to go after it? Was she serious? And throughout most of the year, no one knew for sure if she was serious, if she was really going to run. All of my sources in the GOP, everyone was like, it's 50-50. It's 50-50. It's a toss-up. She might do it. She might not. We're not sure. She wasn't serious. She announced with $2 million in her pocket, 45 endorsements. And if you went to her website, like I did, and I showed you, she had not one policy, not one real issue. She wasn't serious. She never thought she was going to win. She had to play like she was going to win, but she was never going to win. We all knew that. And she never intended to win. That's why she never bothered to have any policies. You can't tell me she got $2 million, got a team of people working with her to promote her campaign, and no one thought up not even one policy to present to the public, to write up and show anyone, not even one in the space of an entire year. You're out of your mind. She never intended to win. She never thought she was going to win. She didn't care. That's the truth of it. That's the bottom line. So she's out, and she's not going to run for re-election. She can't. This is embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. She would never get reelected. She just ran away from the governor's race. She just proved that she never intended to actually try. It's an embarrassment. It is an admission of failure. It is an admission of manipulation. She's as bad at this point. She's as bad as pretty much any Democrat you can name. She can't run. She's out. Okay. Gone. I get that. So Donald Trump instead goes to Bruce Blakeman and says, I endorse Bruce Blakeman. Now, part of the reason why Stefanik wasn't going to try is because Donald Trump wasn't going to back her. She was in trouble. We knew this for months now. She's been in trouble with Donald Trump and the GOP for various reasons. She was always waiting and trying to get Donald Trump to get on the dotted line to commit to endorsing her, which would have pretty much guaranteed she couldn't win in New York, because New York is super TDS, anti-Trump, anti-MAGA. That's because all the Republicans left the state in the last 10 years. But fine. But she wanted that endorsement because that would have mean more money, and maybe she would have gave it more of a try. But Trump didn't endorse her, and he wasn't going to. And in fact, it looks like he was going to endorse Bruce Blakeman. So Trump gave her a chance. Get out the race or get embarrassed, even worse. Get embarrassed when Trump picked Bruce Blakeman over Elise. So she got out. Before, the very next day, right after Elise says, I'm out, Bruce Blakeman gets Donald Trump's endorsement. He was always going to get Trump's endorsement. Call that a backstab to Stefanik. You can, and it is. But that's politics for you. Blakeman is, well, he doesn't have as many negatives as Stefanik does. Stefanik has high negatives. Like 40% of people don't like her. That's very hard in New York State. You're already under the gun. You're already behind the 8 ball in trying to run. And then you add on people don't like you as a person. Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to win that race. Bruce Blakeman, for his part, no one knows who he is. No one knows who he is. So he doesn't have a whole bunch of negatives. He has a bunch of unknowns. 30% of the state have no idea who this guy is at the best. In the best case, most people in politics have no idea who this guy is. And his answer is, I'm really popular in Long Island. That's great. And he'll probably do really well in Long Island. How well is he going to do in Utica, Oneida, Cortland, Ithaca, Tioga? They don't know anyone in Long Island. And they don't care who the county executive of Long Island is, of Nassau in Long Island. They don't care. It doesn't matter that a bunch of black people voted for him in Long Island, that a bunch of women voted for him in Long Island, that some Democrats voted for him in Long Island. The people in Ithaca could care less. That's downstate issues. That's a downstate candidate. They don't know him and they don't want to know him. Blakeman isn't any better off than Stefanik was. The unknown might as well be negatives because there's nothing positive to know about him. What are his policies? See, that would be the answer. Well, Mike, you're being unfair. What's his policy? He doesn't have one. This is his website. And I'm showing you. Meet Blakeman, Blakeman's record, news, get involved. His record is what he did for Long Island. That's great. That's positive. Matter of fact, let me point. I'll click on it. This is what he did in Nassau. That's fantastic. What does that mean for somebody in Greene, in the town of Greene, in Broome County, in the southern tier? What does that have to do with them? Nothing. No one cares. No one. You go to Oswego or you go to Owego. What does this mean? Skaneateles. You go to them and say, well, he did a great job in Nassau County. What does that mean for you? Nothing. Because he has no policy. Just like Elise. Zero policy. His selling point is Democrats voted for me in Long Island. Who cares? I'm not being mean to these Republicans because I don't like Republicans. I am a Republican. And I've run for elected office. I've run for elected office in a district that was 80% Democrat. I understand the difficulty, but I also have positions. I could tell you exactly why I was running. I had literature. I had documentation saying this is exactly what I am running to do. Both times I ran. He has nothing. This is a waste of time. I think he's more serious than Elise was, but he's going to lose for the same reason that Elise lost for. Now, maybe he'll turn around. Maybe in the beginning of the new year, he'll come out with a new website and he's going to have all of his policies, but it's too late. It's already too late. First impression. You've already told me you don't care. Because this wasn't a brand new idea for him. He got together a team. They put together websites. He had to get his message out there. He's been running for elected office for decades. He's not new at this. He knew what he needed. He didn't do it. He knows this is gonna hurt him. He can't win. He can't win. But he did get the Trump endorsement, which in New York State is not a positive. Not when 60 some odd percent of the state is Democrat. And at least half that is progressive Democrat. They're socialist Democrat. That's not going to help him win votes. Yes, Kathy Hochul is one of the worst presidents, one of the worst governors in all of the United States. But she's still a Democrat in a Democrat state. And that's sad. It's sad that people will vote for her just because it's blue and she's a Democrat and straight down the line, just vote straight down the line. Vote blue no matter who. That's embarrassing and stupid and one of the worst reasons to vote for anybody ever. It's right up there with, well, they're black, so I'm voting for them. That's stupid. Oh, they're a woman. I'm voting for them. That's stupid. They're gay. I'm voting for them. That's stupid. Those aren't qualifications. They have never been qualifications. And that's the same thing as going, well, they're a Democrat, so I'm just voting for them. You are stupid if that is your reason. Same thing I'd say about if you're a Republican. If you just vote Republican because they're Republican, that is a stupid reason to vote for somebody. Absolutely abysmal. But he got the endorsement. And let me explain why I get upset. Because I know people vote straight down the line Republican or straight down the line Democrat, and they get stupidity as a result. And let me explain what I'm talking about there. A lot of people know I used to live in Binghamton, New York. That's in Broome County in the southern tier. I ran for Congress down there. I ran for a county legislator while I was there. I know many people. I was a committee man, part of the GOP in Broome County. So I know the chairman. I know many of the chairmen. I know many of the elected officials. I've known many candidates. I know many people of all the parties, but especially in the Republican Party in Broome County. Broome County currently has a mayor. His name is Jared Cram. I know Jared. I know him personally. Jared is the mayor. Good mayor, bad mayor, that's up to you to decide. That doesn't matter. Here's the thing. Jared, the city council, which I warned was going to happen, the city council of Binghamton are all Democrats, which is expected. I warned the GOP in 2016 that this was going to happen. I documented exactly how they were going to start losing races, and a lot of races that were very important. Back in 2016, gave them the document, said this is exactly how it's going to happen, and it has. The city council said very clearly that they do not want ICE. No part of the city government can help ICE deport illegal aliens. The city council said they don't want law enforcement to enforce the law. That's what they said. They're Democrats, they're virtue signaling, and how dare you enforce the law, federal law, in their city? These people swore an oath to follow the law and to help their constituents, which are American citizens. They don't understand. They didn't do that. They passed a law that said, okay, or they intend to pass the law that says Binghamton will not help ICE. No agency, not the police force, fire department, none of the agency, none of the money of Binghamton can help ICE. That bill on the 17th was given to Jared, the mayor of Binghamton. At this moment, today is the 21st, last I checked at the beginning of this show, as of the beginning of the show, Jared has not vetoed that law, which is pretty much unconstitutional. It's a crime. Because the city of Binghamton doesn't get the choice. Yep. He doesn't get the choice. So what happens? It's real simple. Jared has to veto this. He won't. He needs the votes because Binghamton is blue. Purple, but blue. He needs votes if he's to help Republicans win. So he's going to consider this. He's probably not going to sign it, which is the same thing as signing it. If he doesn't veto it, it will become law, which is illegal. And that means that Donald Trump will take away $3 million from the city of Binghamton, because if they don't want to follow the law, why should they get federal money? Binghamton needs that money. This is why Republicans are doing badly. It's crazy, folks. Doesn't make any sense. All right. And by the way, if you think I'm wrong about the math on how much money Binghamton gets, here's the chat GPT. It's over $3 million a year, and Binghamton needs that money. It's about 3% of their budget. All right. I need to go take care of my dog. We've been on for about 4.5 hours, a little bit slightly shorter show because it is Christmas. I thank you if you've been listening all this time. I do look forward to seeing your comments. Please remember, you can go to our Patreon. You can go donate during PayPal. Half of all the proceeds are going to go to the Jericho Project to take care of the homeless, to take care of families, to take care of veterans in January. So keep that in mind. I will be back next week. There will be a season 7, episode 52, finish out the year. I might take off the first week of 2026. Haven't decided yet. But we will be finishing up the year on the 28th. I will be here talking with you guys. Until then, I want everyone to have a Merry Christmas. I know Hanukkah just happened, so if you are Jewish and you enjoyed Hanukkah, I hope you had a great Hanukkah. But Christmas is coming up. I want you to have a Merry Christmas. Kwanzaa isn't a real thing, so screw that. But Merry Christmas to everyone. I want you to have warmth and peace and love wherever you are. Thank you for being part of my audience. Thank you for your responses. And I will talk to you all again very, very soon.